making their way into the house, of course, to get ready to participate in today's business that has been lined up for consideration. Speaking about the business, we shall take a glimpse at some of the priority business that the members, as they convene for this plenary sitting this afternoon, shall be transacting. This afternoon, a motion whose consideration already kicked off on the floor of the House during the Wednesday, 19th of August, the year 2026, during the afternoon sitting. That is regarding the consideration of the sessional paper number 4 of 2026 on the National Petroleum Policy, a report that was tabled on the 2nd of July 2026 by the Departmental Committee on Energy, and recommended that the House adopts as well as approve that sessional paper number 4 of the 2026 on the National Petroleum Policy. Is a motion that is lined up for debate on it to be able to resume. Debate on it or consideration on this particular report had already started on the floor of the House. Just a glimpse of what this policy is all about is that the main objective of the National Petroleum Policy is to establish a robust governance and regulatory framework for the oil and gas sector while promoting sustainable exploration, development and production of petroleum resources. Some of the key objectives of this particular policy include to strengthen the policy, legal, institutional and regulatory framework for the oil and gas sector, to be able to promote sustainable petroleum resource exploration, development and production, to promote value addition of petroleum resources for local and regional petroleum products demand, to also ensure security of supply of the petroleum products, also enhance storage and transportation capacity of petroleum products, enhance LPG uptake in the country, enhance management of revenues from the oil and gas sector, facilitate capacity development and technology transfer, also facilitate an enabling environment for sustainable petroleum operations, and last but not least, to be able to promote environmental protection and conservation of biodiversity. So this is basically what the policy seeks to achieve. And once the House commences its sitting this afternoon, then this is one of the priority business that the members shall be able to resume debate on and be able to give their opinions on this report, which the committee has recommended the House to approve. It is the sessional paper number 4 of 2026 on the National Petroleum Policy. So that is part of the business that the members of the National Assembly this afternoon shall be able to conduct. We can already see the procession of the Speaker having made its way into the chamber already. The mess is ahead of the Speaker, an indication of the authority of Parliament as well as the Speaker, that is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss. Good afternoon.
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the officers of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Amen. The first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order number 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than the one presented by a member. I'll allow the members who are standing to sit. You can be seated. Honorable members, I will continue. I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from Mr. Thompson Kirongo, ID number 21XXX79, regarding the compliance by Safaricom PLC with statutory and constitutional obligations relating to deactivation and reassignment of SIM cards. The petitioner states that Safaricom PLC, a licensed telecommunication service provider, offers SIM card services that facilitate essential services, including voice and data communication, mobile money services such as M-Pesa, and access to financial services, customer identification, and the storage and processing of personal data. Honorable members, the petitioner alleges that Safaricom PLC has adopted a practice of deactivating SIM cards after a specified period of inactivity, ordinarily 6 months, and subsequently reallocating the corresponding mobile numbers to new subscribers. He contends that before such deactivation and reassignment, affected subscribers are always not given adequate notice. The petitioner states that consequently, the subscribers who resume use of their lines may find unable to access communication services such as mobile money accounts, financial services, or personal data associated with the SIM card, thereby violating consumer rights guaranteed under Article 46 of the Constitution. The petitioner further states that the subscribers who are unable to use their SIM cards for prolonged periods due to illness, travel, incapacity, imprisonment, or other unavoidable circumstances risk losing access to their communication services, financial accounts, and funds without adequate notice or due process. Honorable members, the petitioner additionally contends that a SIM card belonging to a deceased subscriber remains inactive and linked to financial assets, that subsequent deactivation and reassignment of such SIM cards without the involvement of the authority of the deceased person or representative may prejudice administration of the deceased estate, contrary to Section 45 of the Law of Succession Act, which prohibits unauthorized intermeddling with the property of the deceased person. Honorable members, the petitioner also questions whether unclaimed funds associated with inactive, deactivated, or reassigned SIM cards are handled in accordance with the Unclaimed Financial Assets Act, including whether such funds are submitted to the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority where applicable. In addition, the petitioner states that there are ineffective and untimely dispute resolution mechanisms in place, particularly during processing, retention, and transfer and protection of subscribers' personal data in the course of the SIM card deactivation and reassignment. The petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly inquires into the circumstances under which Safaricom PLC deactivates and reassigns SIM cards and determines whether those practices comply with the relevant laws and recommend appropriate legislative policy, regulatory, or administrative measures to safeguard consumer rights. Honorable members, having determined that the matters raised by the petitioner fall squarely within the authority of this House, and noting that the issues raised in the petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional body, or legal forum, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with Standing Order 2272. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Didimas Baraza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to support this petition. It raises very grave matters that it touches on even the privacy of the Kenyan people. Once the line has been assigned to an individual, Safaricom must write to that person, giving him prior notice that unless you come and reactivate this line, we are going to assign this line to a different person. This is very important, and I want to ask the petition committee to process this matter within the shortest route possible so that Kenyans are saved from these very many inconveniences that are happening, including loss of revenue that may be in those Safaricom lines, Madam Speaker. So I support this petition.
Yes, I'll give you a chance. Give me a minute. And Honorable Tandaza, give me a minute. I recognize the schools that are here. Seated in the Speaker's Gallery, I wish to recognize the presence of St. Mary's Kiranda Boys from Nyatike constituency, Migori County, DEB Kavutiri Senior School from Runyanja's constituency, Embu County, and St. Matthew's Maraba School from Tindiret constituency in Nandi County. And seated in the public gallery is St. Paul's Baranga School from Beren North constituency, Embu County, and Kimunyu Primary School from Mwingi Central constituency, Kitui County, St. Mary's the Bari School from Beren North constituency, Embu County, King's Vision Academy from Laisamis constituency, Marsabit County, and Tangis Education Center from Roysambu constituency, Nairobi County. I would allow the Honorable Naomi Wako, member for Marsabit, to welcome the students on our behalf. Then we shall continue with the petition.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome all the students from different counties to National Assembly, and especially the students from Leisamis, Marsabit County, where I come from. And just to tell them that you are lucky to be here, and we are happy also to host you. You have a bright future, because I know there are thousands and thousands of students outside there who would have loved to be here today, but they have not gotten the opportunity. So you are among the lucky ones. Mine is just to tell you that this is the house where legislators debate, make laws, and also policies. So mine is just to tell you, Kenya is very competitive today. I know among you we have different type of leaders coming up. We have pilots, we have doctors, we have nurses, we have politicians, and mine is just to tell you, work very hard, excel in your studies. It is only your papers that will make difference. And if you want to be somewhere in a certain office, you have to work very hard. And as you work hard, please make sure that you are disciplined enough. Together with the students, I know there are maybe board members, there are teachers who have accompanied the students. Please continue instilling discipline in our students so that we can have a better country in the future. And as they lead us today and in the coming days, make sure that they work very hard and make us proud. We are happy to have each one of you, and thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tandaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would want to also not only support, but even give a suggestion as the committee handles this petition, that once they reassign the number, they should also be able to notify those who are using that number and saved that name. I've fallen a victim in a situation where I sent some money to a number which is saved in my phone with the name, only to realize later on that the person I had intended to send the money has not received because the number was assigned to a different person. So you will not blame the receiver, but again, this I think is within Safaricom to make sure that once they reassign the number, they go ahead. I believe they have the system and the capacity to notify those who had saved that number previously. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Naisula, did you want to contribute?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And also, just before I comment on the petition, I'd like to welcome the students who are here and just to let them know that it is possible and that they should put all their efforts in their studies. I can imagine those from Marsabit, when did they wake up to get themselves here? That means even in life, wherever you want to go, you will definitely make it. But back to the petition, Madam Speaker, this is a very, very important petition where SIM cards are deactivated with no notice, and also the assets of probably the M-Pesa or the money in the Mshwari and all that. If someone is deceased, that is a very, very important petition, and I do hope that the relevant committee takes action and deals with it immediately. What Safaricom should be concerned on or with, most importantly, are the fraudsters who are using people's numbers to extort, especially for us, even members of parliament. Our numbers are posted out all over social media, and they're extorting money even from our constituents, Madam Speaker. And I think that is what Safaricom and the relevant authorities should concern themselves more than deactivating SIM cards, Madam Speaker. And so I support the petition, and I do look forward to the report being tabled in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Justice Keme, member for Singowet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to add my voice to this very critical issue of deactivation of SIM cards. Madam Speaker, while I agree entirely that it's the responsibility of the service provider to deactivate lines once they are out of use, I would want to believe that there should be even a notice given in the public domain that these numbers are being deactivated for a particular reason. More fundamentally, Madam Speaker, the mobile networks service provision in this country has ended up being the domain of basically three institutions. And since there are dangers always with monopolies, duopolies and oligopolies, Madam Speaker, we have a law that takes care of monopolies, but we don't have a law that takes care of duopolies and oligopolies. We must look as Parliament on what to do with institutions that are so few in number and they are providing critical services, so that in the event that they transgress, then we can be able to deal with them, Madam Speaker. Thank you, and once more, I support that petition.
The Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also comment on this particular issue. And Honorable Speaker, especially now that we are getting into an intense electioneering period, and as had been mentioned by the Honorable Naisula, matters to do with extortion and people misusing SIM cards, but also, Honorable Speaker, in line with the data protection laws in our country, Safaricom needs to really come and inform the committee on petitions in terms of if they're really compliant with that when they're doing the disconnections and reassigning the SIM cards, because data protection is a very crucial issue. It needs to be taken keen consideration into, and therefore we need to ensure that people actually are protected in terms of how they are exposed when this reassigning is being done without even their knowledge. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the petition, and we hope that we will get a comprehensive response as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's make it brief. Honorable Pukose, member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Barasa here and Martha were consulting on how Barasa is making Sifuna, not ASU Sifuna Kule Bungoma. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this petition and ask the Public Petitions Committee that this petition is expedited very fast because it's of concern, Honorable Speaker. Many of the members here, as much as they cannot complain, you will find that you are getting messages from anonymous people, even sending you either messages on WhatsApp or SMS. And I think data protection is actually one of the laws that was passed by this House. And I think Safaricom needs to be called into order, especially in the areas of SIM replacements, because I don't know how the people are accessing numbers of members, and you'll find that even some of them call you, and when you reply, you find that it's actually not the owner of that number. Like even yesterday, I have somebody called Mosop in Kitale, but the one sending me message is not Mosop, it's somebody else who is trying to extort money even from me. So I think this is a very, very emergent issue that must be addressed and addressed very fast. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, let's make it brief. Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to add my voice to this very important petition. Honorable Speaker, whenever we subscribe to any network, either Safaricom or Airtel or whichever it is, we do so for a purpose. And sometimes, even a line can be lost, a phone can be lost, or things can happen, and you're not able to use the phone for some time. And it is important that Safaricom and others who are in this particular field know that when they take over the line, they transfer everything. And therefore, the lines are known. They put us into collection costs with our friends, with our colleagues, with the electorates. Sometimes they imagine that we are the ones who are hiding the line or who have transferred the line to somebody different. So, Honorable Speaker, I think it is important before they assign the line to try some form of notification. And Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether I'm the only one who is experiencing this, but I would like to probably bring a petition because there is a problem with Safaricom especially. When it comes to bundles, you buy bundles of a GB, a old GB, 1.5 GB, and you send only one message. You have to continue to go back and buy. I wonder, those Kenyans who are spending 100 shillings to send one message, are they really fair to our Kenya, our people? We have a problem with Safaricom, and they need to be called to order because those costs are extremely high. Sometimes you refill you charge your phone, and then everything is lost within a very short time. There is a problem. We need investigation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I'll just give the last person, Honorable Member for Imenti North, and then we'll give Honorable
Thank you.
Umuri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I concur with the petition. Madam Speaker, we have another issue of SIM swapping. Madam Speaker, your SIM could be swapped and it takes 3 days to get your SIM back. When you get your SIM back, you get messages. There is a person in Meru who got his SIM swapped and he's lost 2.7 million shillings from 4 banks over the 4 days. Madam Speaker, this should be for Safaricom to refund that money, because how can they do a SIM swap when the person has not requested? So, Madam Speaker, I join my colleagues in saying that even SIM swapping should be looked at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll close this now. The last person to speak, member for Mandera County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this petition. Honorable Speaker, I'm a victim of deactivation of lines. My family member who traveled out of the country just realized that he could no longer use his WhatsApp because the line was deactivated while he was away. So this petition is welcomed, and the committee should move with speed and ensure that they do a thorough job on this. And once we resume from recess, they give us, that should be the first business, because it's actually a menace. You cannot use your M-Pesa services, you can't use your WhatsApp in a foreign country. It's really not a good thing. So, Madam Speaker, I support this petition.
Thank you. Next order, and honorable members, allow me to reorder the order paper. We'll move to papers. Then after the majority leader is done with presenting papers, we will move to order number 7 so that he can make his weekly statement, monthly statement, and then we can proceed.
Do you have any notice of motion?
Majority leader, you may proceed. Honorable Osoro should stop interrupting you.
Order number 5, papers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 20th August 2026. A memorandum on accession to the International Nuclear Safety Convention by the Republic of Kenya from the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. B, legal notice number 142 of 2026 relating to the election campaign financing regulations 2026 and the explanatory memorandum from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Honorable members, this B concerns us. You need to get this legal notice. C, reports of the Auditor General of Financial Statements for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, 30th June 2025, and certificates therein in respect of the following. Getaret Girls Secondary School, Kericho County; Rose Mwakwere Girls Secondary School, Kwale County; Friends School, Bokoli Boys Secondary School, Bungoma; Kapkitoni Girls Secondary School, Elgeyo Marakwet County; St. Michael's Boys High School, Terige, Nandi County; 6, Naivasha Day Secondary School, Nakuru County; St. Albert the Great Siakago Boys High School, Embu County; Kalulini Boys High School, Makueni County; St. Joseph's Chakol Secondary School, Busia County; 10, Kambi Garba Mixed Day Secondary School, Isiolo County; St. Stephen Chiliba Secondary School, Bungoma County; State House Girls High School, Nairobi County; General Joseph Nkaiseri High School, Kajiado County; ACK Musoma Secondary School, Busia County; AIC Kakuyuni Secondary School, Machakos County; Mashuru Boys Secondary School, Kajiado County; Barieruri Boys Secondary School, Meru County; St. Peter's Bodokomo Secondary School, Busia County; Bilik Nur Mixed Secondary School, Isiolo County; Yemit Boys Secondary School, Elgeyo Marakwet County; Kapcherop Boys Secondary School, Elgeyo Marakwet County; Metri Muslim Girls Secondary School, Isiolo County; Consolata Girls Secondary School, Embu County; and 24, Kiriaini Boys Secondary School, Tharaka-Nithi County. D, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024, 30th June 2025, and certificates therein in respect of the following. 1, Kiranga Secondary School, Kwale County; 2, South Tetu Girls High School, Nyeri County; St. Bakita Gataragua Girls High School, Nyeri County; Wasto Day Secondary School, Isiolo County; Isiolo Barracks Secondary School, Isiolo County; Joy Valley Special Secondary School, Bungoma County; Muyogo Secondary School, Nyeri County; Sawagongo High School, Siaya County; Ramba Boys High School, Siaya County; Kilifi Township Secondary School, Lamu, this is Kilifi County; and Kiluani Boys Secondary School, Kajiado County. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Okay, thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader, you can start with your statement.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Osoro, Honorable Osoro, this is the 13th Parliament. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to present the following statements on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Thursday, 18th August 2026, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, protect me for the Honorable Osoro. And the business coming before the House in the week commencing Tuesday, 25th August 2026. Honorable Speaker, with regards to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages, some of which are listed in today's paper. A, second reading of the following bills: the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill 2026, and 2, the Power of Mercy Bill 2025, an important piece of legislation, the Power of Mercy, which we hope to finish today. Committee of the Whole on the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2026 and Senate amendments to the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill number 4 2024. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, the House will deliberate the following motions should they not be concluded today: consideration of the Inter-African Coffee Organization new agreement, inquiry into the proposed sale of shares in East Africa Poland Cement PLC. 3, consideration of session paper number 7 of 2026 on the National Infrastructure Fund investment policy, subject to tabling of the committee report, a notice of motion. 4, inspection visit to the Kenyan Embassy in Rabat, Morocco. 5, inspection visit to the Kenyan Embassy in Cairo, Egypt. And 6, appointment of a firm to audit and report on the accounts of the Office of the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 26th August 2026, to respond to the following members' question. Question number 021 of 2026 by the member for Tiati, the Honorable Kamket MP, regarding report on the implementation status of the Equalization Fund for the year ending 30th June 2023 and 2024 in Baringo County, including the amount allocated and disbursed and the status of the project. I think Honorable Kamket asked this the other day, and I think Cabinet Secretary is coming to answer this question. Question number 22 of 2026 by the member for Suba South, the Honorable Karoli Omondi. Suba South, the Honorable Karoli Omondi. He needs to do better in interviews regarding the details of the lease agreements for the state-owned sugar mills, namely Chemelil Sugar Company, Mohoroni Sugar Company, South Nyanza Sony Sugar Company, and Zoia Sugar Company, together with a legal opinion and advisory issued by the Auditor General and evidence of the government's compliance with the advisory. Question number 023, 2026, by the member for Suba South, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, who should choose which TV station to go to, regarding the utilization of Kenya shilling 65 billion 778 448 646 approved by the House on 14th September 2023 under the memorandum by the National Treasury and Economic Planning on action plans to revive and commercialize state-owned sugar companies for the purpose of writing of debt owed by the following state-owned sugar mills: Chemelil Sugar Company, Mohoroni Sugar Company, Miwani Sugar Company, Zoya Sugar Company, and last, South Nyanza Sony Sugar Company. Honorable Speaker, in line with your direction earlier today, I encourage any members wishing to ask questions to the Cabinet Secretary to file them with the table office by close of business tomorrow. Those who would like to file questions, please make sure by tomorrow you have filed the same with the table office so that the Cabinet Secretary can be informed of these questions on time. Thereafter, we will transmit them to the Cabinet Secretary alongside the questions by the member for Tiati and the member for Suba South. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene on Tuesday, 25th August 2026, to schedule business for the remainder of that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House today, Thursday. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay another important document on the table of the House, a statement which was requested by the Honorable Speaker after members of this House requested that they would like to know how their statements have been treated by various committees. And the Honorable Speaker directed that I present this report now, and I would like to use this opportunity, with your indulgence and guidance, Honorable Speaker, that I table this now. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I hold here a tracker of all the statements that have been requested by members. All the statements. If you have requested a statement and it has not been responded to, I will table this document in the House today, on the table of the House, so that you may know the status of your statement. And I would like to give a summary of the committees and chairs of committees who have not submitted statements as requested by members. The Committee on Administration and Internal Security have not responded to 26 requests for statements. And I am happy that the chairman of that committee is here, and he needs to respond to when he will table responses on the 26 statements that have been requested. The Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock have not submitted 5 requests for statements. The Departmental Committee for Blue Economy and Irrigation has not submitted 1, and I have seen the Honorable Bowen. I don't know where he is. And chairmen of committees need to be in Parliament, in the House at this time. Communication and Information and Innovation, the committee led by KJ, they have not responded to 2 statements. The Committee for Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, led by the Honorable Koech Sonko, have not done 6 statements. The Departmental Committee on Education, led by the Honorable Julius Meli, has not responded to 18 statements or requests for statements. The Committee for Energy has not responded to 5 statements. I cannot see the chairman here, but he sits somewhere there. 5 statements. The Departmental Committee on Environment and Forestry and Mining have not responded to 4. The Committee on Finance and National Planning have not responded to 8. The Departmental Committee on Health have not responded to 8 requests for statement. The Committee for Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works have not responded to 3. Justice and Legal Affairs, led by the Honorable Murungara, Senior Counsel, has not responded to 1 statement. 1 statement, which we need you to respond to. The Departmental Committee for Labor, led by the Honorable Ken Chonga, has not responded to 5. The Departmental Committee for Lands, led by, I can't see the chairman, Chairman Nyamoko, has not responded to 7 statements. Social Protection, led by Alice Nganga, has not responded to 1. Tourism and Wildlife, led by the tall man with a strong hand, Wanyama. Wanyama is sports, eh? Tourism, Kareke Mbiuki. Yes, Kareke. Has not responded to 3 statements. Trade and Industry and Cooperatives, led by Shinali, has not responded to 1 statement. But the bulk, and I think this should worry us, the Departmental Committee for Transport and Infrastructure has not responded to 21 statements, led by GK. I think he's busy running for governor or something. 21 statements. And lastly, the Departmental Committee for Budget and Appropriations, led by the Honorable Atandi, has not responded to 1 statement. Honorable Speaker, like I said, Honorable Speaker, this report summarizes, and we'll table this report so that you'll be able to check where your statement is. And I want to request chairman of departments, please when members bring statements, requests for statements, it is your duty to ensure you respond to them on time, because they do it on behalf of their constituents. And that obligates us as chairmen of departments to make sure that they are responded to not only concisely and precisely, but also on time, so that Parliament does not work in vain. I thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I table.
Tongoyo, and then Karoli. Give the mic to Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to just a little bit comment on the issue that has been read by the Leader of Majority.
Yes. Comment.
In regards to unresponded statements,
okay,
and in particular the statement that refers to my committee.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, has been indicated that to be about 28, which I really want to regret that some may have even a little bit taken long. And majority of them come with urgency. We know the nature of our department. But Honorable Speaker, as much as I appreciate the same, I think it should also be noted that the committee received the highest number of requests of statements. And by the time 28 are not responded, we had tried really to have covered much as such. And Honorable Speaker, you remember I did report to the House that as a matter as to address such backlog and to clear, we had adopted a way that we call the minister to appear before the committee, and we call the members that had raised question and statement so that we lump them together and prosecute before the committee plenary. In fact, today, we were supposed to have the CS Interior appearing before the committee at 10 to address majority of those statements. But because of issue and some nature of work and some, he was attending to urgent issues of national interest, he did request that he will appear on Tuesday. And I want to appeal to the members and the House.
Before the committee or the House?
To appear before the committee.
Okay.
I want to appeal to the members and report to the House
to hold the horses
that we're able to address the majority of the 28 listed statements.
Fair enough.
And it is in our duty and in our interest, Honorable Speaker, to expedite all unresponded statements.
Omondi Karoli, and then follow. Yes, you'll get on. Karoli.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to follow up from what the Deputy Leader of Majority has submitted with respect to private members' bills. I think several have not been processed expeditiously. I think about 4 bills. Some have gone through first reading, second reading, and they've not turned around to come back to the plenary. And I think it is a matter of grave concern, not just to myself, but to many other members. And related to that also are petitions. I think we need a record. I'm very happy with what you are doing, because that is what accountability is all about. There are so many petitions that have not been concluded and reports brought back to the House. If, again, you could help the House expedite those ones. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Barasa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to react on what the Deputy Leader of Majority has just said. And indeed, he has said that the Committee on Transport, where I sit as Vice Chair, has not responded to 21 requests for statements. And I want to agree, but you know, Honorable Speaker, as chairs, we read the responses given to us by the Minister. And there are times when we push these ministers so hard, they say that we are harassing them. And we have since escalated the matter to the office of the Leader of Majority. And I'm surprised that the Honorable Owen Bayer, who is the Deputy Leader of Majority, reads his own report by saying that we haven't responded to. We don't respond to reports from the blues. We respond to the report that we are given, and we have escalated this matter to his office. So it's him who should confirm to this House what is he doing to ensure that ministers brings reports to the committees so that the chairs can read these committees, because we don't fabricate our own reports. So the Honorable Owen Bayer is cutting a tree that himself is standing on. That is his responsibility, Honorable Speaker, because we don't want to go to the direction where, when we persistently ask ministers to do their duty, then they report to us, to his office, that we are harassing them. So, Honorable Owen Baya, you should tell us when these statements are coming. My role is just to read them.
I want to recognize the presence of Inyalil Butch Junior School, Mogotio constituency in Baringo County, and also the presence in the public gallery, and also again in the public gallery, the presence of Kehancha Ravine School, Kuria West in Migori County. Is any member of parliament from Kuria here to give words of encouragement to the students from Kehancha Ravine School? Yes, proceed. Honorable Hassan, the last I remember is you were brought up partly in Isibania.
Yes, indeed. I am partly a Korea man.
Not that I was a witness when you were growing up in Isibania. You're much older than me. But that's the information I have. Continue.
Don't worry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. And I, as a person who has connections with Korea West as well, Korea East, a former student of Taranganya Secondary School, and I consider myself partly Korean. I want to welcome the students from Kehancha very warmly here to this parliament, and I want to encourage you to continue with your studies so that you can rise to the highest scale in life. And only through education and through dedication, through your education, can you really reach that. And I hope one day you can aspire to be a doctor, an engineer, an architect, and maybe a lowly position of being a member of parliament in this assembly. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody who is from Baringo? Makilap. Students from Nyalil Butch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mogotio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of my colleagues, members of parliament from Baringo County, especially the member of parliament of Mokotio, to welcome the students of Nyaril Butch to the House of Parliament of Kenya and encourage them that one day, one of you will become a member of parliament here. If you can only foster discipline and hard work in your schools, you will have an opportunity to be here and become a lawmaker in the years to come. And even to the other students from the other Korea, Mr. Speaker, I want to say the future of our country is in the young people. The students will one day become old and be able to lead this country in any sector, either private sector or professionals of the future of our country. Education is the only equalizer where people of Mogotio can meet with people from Dadaab, can meet from people of Western, can meet from the people of Nairobi, because education is the only equalizer in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish them success.
We now on statements again. The Honorable Martha Karua, Martha Wangari MP, MP for Gilgil. Ranking.
Honorable Speaker, it's not the first time because we share both names, Martha Wangari and Martha Wangari Karua, but this is the MP for Gilgil, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C. I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the rise of incidences of violence in political rallies across the country. Honorable Speaker, in recent weeks, the country has witnessed a worrying escalation of violence, disruption of political gatherings, and destruction of property during political rallies, with recent incidents reported in Homa Bay, Nyandarua, and indeed Nakuru counties. The loss of life...
Order, honorable members. Honorable Tongoyo, you're engaging in an animated discussion with Madam Pasaris and the Honorable Baraza when a matter that concerns your own committee is on the floor.
I blame Honorable Pasaris. We were very peaceful before she came.
Listen to what she has to say and then give an undertaking.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to take it again. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the rising incidences of violence in political rallies across the country. Honorable Speaker, in recent weeks, the country has witnessed a worrying escalation of violence, disruption of political gatherings, and destruction of property during political rallies, with recent incidents reported in Homa Bay County, Nakuru, and indeed Nyandarua counties. The loss of life, attacks against civilians and security officers, destruction of property, threats against political opponents, and the growing use of inflammatory and divisive rhetoric are deeply concerning, as it undermines the peaceful exercise of democratic rights. It also heightens political intolerance and poses a serious threat to national peace, cohesion, and unity. Honorable Speaker, incidences that were initially dismissed as isolated occurrences have now escalated into full-blown violence, characterized with explicit use of crude weapons. The consequences of political violence are far-reaching, resulting in loss of lives, destruction of property, disruption of livelihoods, and erosion of investor confidence. It is regrettable that despite the recurrence of these incidents, decisive action has yet to be taken to bring the perpetrators to account. Additionally, the relevant state agencies are yet to provide comprehensive reports on the status of investigations into these reported cases of political violence across the country and measures to forestall its escalation. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number one, what is the total number of reported cases of political violence during political rallies and other political activities across the country in the last 12 months, including the status of investigations, identities of perpetrators, and actions taken in respect of each of the cases? Number two, the total number of persons who have lost their lives, suffered bodily harm, or sustained serious injuries as a result of political violence during the last 12 months. And finally, the measures taken by the government to curb political intolerance and prevent politically instigated violence, including preparations and interventions aimed at ensuring peaceful political activities as the country approaches the 2027 general election. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, what's your point of order, Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Honorable Martha for raising that statement. Mr. Speaker, I've listened very carefully, and I was wishing she could have raised the issue of violence against women. Very recently in Homa Bay, it has been said that many women were raped in that incident. Mr. Speaker, on top of that, I saw the governor of Homa Bay went to condole with the family in Shauri Yako Estate in Homa Bay town. And the person she went to condole with is a woman. Mr. Speaker, we are told in Homa Bay the deaths are underreported and not less than 12 people died. Mr. Speaker, I hope that Honorable Martha can actually give, please add to that statement, or the committee could add to that statement, exactly how many women were raped, or if there are investigations, because on cases of rape, women are very shy to come forward. I personally met 2 women who were attacked. One is a woman who was from Kwale, and she was cut with a panga here. She was on a wheelchair. I was actually called because of what people know that my concerns about women. I went and saw her when she was on transit from Kisumu to Mombasa around midnight. I went to see her. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, one of the other issues is also attack or destruction of churches. As a Seventh-day Adventist, I was very offended that people have no respect even for churches. 2 Seventh-day Adventist churches were destroyed, especially in our month. It's like your holy month of Ramadan. As this month is a month that all SDAs know, we have our camp meetings. It's our month of prayer, and therefore coming into our holy places in such a month is actually a disgrace. I hope the committee can also raise concern about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have taken note of everything she has raised, in addition to, and Naisula. Naisula, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate my sister and colleague, Honorable Martha, for bringing this very, very important statement. Because, Honorable Speaker, the incidences that have happened in this country are not something to take lightly. And even for each one of us in this house, this is not just a show. It's not something that, and it doesn't matter the political side that you support. Speaker, because you will see, because everything raised in this house sometimes just become political. Why did Honorable Martha ask these questions? Why did Honorable Millie support? Why did so-and-so raise that issue? It does not matter which political side you are in. All of us should condemn violence and in the manner that it is happening in this country. And I want to say this, I'm so used to Madam Speaker sometimes. Speaker, I wanted to say Madam Speaker, then I realized it was you. But I wanted to say this. Right now we can cheer because it is somewhere else. It will come to bite us. Each one of us, as leaders, it will come to bite us. It almost beat us here in 2024. So anybody, and also let us not be forgetful, violence should be condemned in whichever formation, in whichever form, Mr. Speaker.
Fair enough.
You should ask some of us, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you should ask some of us who every day we have to deal with these matters of banditry in our place, where lives are lost. Now we are having people actually carrying pangas in public. Like, I'm in shock what happened in Homa Bay. I'm yet to fathom what was actually happening that day. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this statement, and it should be taken seriously, and all of us should condemn violence, regardless of which side. Thank you.
Okay. Owundo, and then one more person, then we move on to the next.
Speaker, let me stand here and go on record that most of those attacks in these political rallies have been directed against me and my team of Linda Mwananchi. We faced almost death in Kisumu, but what I saw on Sunday in Homa Bay, Honorable Speaker, that's not political violence. That was terrorism, premeditated terrorism. And it was truly, Honorable Speaker, is on record. And I want the chair to face the Cabinet Secretary plus the PS on the face and make it very clear that what they watched, what the police officers stood and watched happening is actually a dereliction of duty and actually is a breach of the Constitution of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I would urge that let them extend this inquiry for many months that have happened since last year. And we want an expedited answer as soon as practically possible, because once we go for the recess, we are going to have many of these rallies, and if the perpetrators, some of them who are our colleagues here, some who are governors, and who are women who are planning for the murder and rape of fellow women, they must be condemned appropriately.
The final one, Naomi, last one on this statement, which is sought by Madam Martha.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to this very, very important statement. Honorable Speaker, what we are observing in our country these days is not acceptable. And many people seem to be blaming politicians because they say that goons belong to politicians. And I want to condemn that, because when we do that and we hurt each other, we have only one country and we have nowhere else. So we have to protect our country. We have to uphold peaceful coexistence. We have all, we have to tolerate each other. Being in different political groups does not matter, but what matters is us sharing our ideas and selling our ideas to people, and the rest we leave to God and the people. Honorable Speaker, all the people who are responsible, who are behind the attack, not only for the last weekend, but all the attacks that have been there, should be put in jail, and we should also protect the common Mwananchi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We have to make some progress. I'll give the last one, very last one, to the MP for Banisa. Being a freshman who has probably less than 1 year more, less than 2 years. Okay, proceed. And
yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for considering my freshness. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I come from Homa Bay as well as representing Banisa. Madam Millie can attest that I'm from Homa Bay too. I own businesses there, and what we have seen last Sunday was terrible. And we don't want to wish it for any part of this country. So what we want to ask the administration, the Ministry of Interior, to make sure that to prevent such things from happening in future, they must map out critical areas so that we won't have such things repeating itself in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady behind you, Namase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to just in support of the statement. Honorable Speaker, the culprits must be called out for what they are, as criminals. Because as a country, we cannot continue to tolerate what we have witnessed. It's not just Homa Bay. We witnessed in Olkalau. We've witnessed in all other places, including Busia County, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the investigations must be thorough and those who are concerned arrested. Because if no action is taken, we risk seeing this country degenerate into a state of anarchy, where anybody is taking the law into their hands, Honorable Speaker. We cannot allow this. It cannot continue. It must be stopped. It cannot be tolerated, because every Kenyan has a right to go anywhere in this country, to seek for votes anywhere in this country, and therefore we cannot encourage. Otherwise, we shall not be able to carry out our campaigns across the country in peace. And we need peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ordinarily, my presumption is I've given a lot of leeway, but because of the sensitivity of the matter, I'll give a few. The lady behind KSS MP. Sorry for my short-sightedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance, even for myself, to contribute. I want to join my colleagues. Some of us, our hearts are really bleeding. When we saw a very innocent officer die, when he is protecting Kenyans, when we saw our children dying, when they are innocently supposed to participate and also to follow the people they feel they want to follow politically. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's unfortunate, and this is the time we became all sober, including us politicians. Let us stop emotions. If your colleague is having a rally, just relax and put your own rallies. But Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to say no to this bad behavior. Mr. Speaker, sir, we cannot sit in this house as we watch sons and daughters innocently dying for such criminal activities. We want to see the CS taking action.
This is
and we want people
request
to
for
be
a
collected
statement.
for the action they have taken. Thank you, Mr.
This is a request for a statement, and ordinarily what you feel has not been captured is the only thing you raise. It's not an opportunity for a debate. Honorable Kenan, you want to inform who? Kenan?
Mr. Speaker,
yeah, no.
There comes a time when we must side with the nation state of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, fidelity to the rule of law and constitutionalism is not a sign of cowardice. Mr. Speaker, what puts us together under this flag that defines the very borders of this sovereign republic is adherence to the rule of law. Goonism, violence, has no place in a modern day Kenya, and we must all stand to be counted and say no to this. We are destroying our tourism sector. We are discouraging the foreign direct investors. We are sending chilling, scaring message to visitors. Which country are we going to talk about? I want to urge you, the politicians. Allow me to say this, Mr. Speaker. This country requires our protection. I want to appeal to those who are in charge of the criminal investigation system to go and investigate and arrest the perpetrators, regardless of their state, regardless of their position, and bring everybody under the rule. Mr. Speaker, we say no to violence, we say no to goonism. Kenya must thrive, our image must exist, and the Premier Republic must be protected by all those who love Kenya, and we love Kenya. We don't have a spare country, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, says take not more than a minute. Don't give a long speech. If there's
Thank
anything
you so much, Mr. Speaker.
On the onset, you just enrich the request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the onset, allow me first of all to sympathize and eulogize to the families that they lost their loved ones, the police officer and the citizen who was lost. And those who are hurted, wish them quick recovery. Just want to pick on one thing, Mr. Speaker. All these issues surround the aspect of misuse of our democracy. Democracy has given us freedom of speech. But the way we are carrying out this democracy and freedom of speech, we have reduced it to even profiling communities, individuals, and ethnic groups in Kenya. We have reduced it to a question of calling each other names and inciting on our words, the power of our words. That's why I want to ask on politicians, let us be responsible enough the way we conduct ourselves and the way we carry on our issues. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Karoli, and then Baraza, last one.
Honorable Speaker, I mean, Honorable Ondo and I are the victims of this recent violence in Homa Bay. And thank you for giving me the opportunity. I don't want to spend too much time on the other issues because those will be discussed elsewhere. But there's a fundamental question here. The violence in Homa Bay, part of the team that planned that violence are members of this House. And there are audio and video recordings of members of this House, some who sit on the Speaker's panel, planning violence against other members. Against other members.
Honorable, order. Karole Omondi, order. You understand the rules very well. You cannot discuss or debate the conduct of a member of parliament here without a substantive motion. Order. You're out of order. You're out of order. Yes, Baraza is the last one, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a contrary view because, number one, we are inviting the minister to bring a statement on this matter where we know that the problem is not lack of policy direction. We already have laws that the police can use to arrest the perpetrators. I think the people that we should invite here is the IG and the director of investigations to come here and tell us. Because when you bring in a minister, he will come and begin politics here.
Order.
Number two, Honorable Speaker, now we know.
When I tell you order, you better listen. Order. There are no provisions in standing orders for you to invite into the House the IG. You can only invite the CS. Order. You can invite them at the committee level, yes. So you want to invite them, you invite them at the committee level, not in the plenary of the House here. Order. You have already. You're not supposed to be giving speeches here. Proceed. Okay, give him half a minute.
But at least now, honorable members, you have now seen that this violence is not good for the country. In 2019, honorable Speaker, I lost my red royal kofia in a violence, and some members who are in this house celebrated. Now you know that 2019 it was me, but today it can be somebody else. Even I reported my kofia was seen by a senior ranking member of this house. Nobody has arrested him. He has never even been told to return my cape, my kofia. Now you see that this violence is not good for everybody.
Okay, that's fair. Chair. Tongo, order. Order. There's no last one. Order. Tongoyo. Chair has given us a serious leeway on this.
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker. Before maybe, just allow me 1 minute to comment on this.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I think I had indicated earlier that we are expecting the minister to appear before the committee on Tuesday.
Yes, yes.
And given the urgency, the importance
But I hope
this,
you have a pen and a notebook, and you have been taking note of what every member of parliament here has been saying.
Yeah, but I have a suggestion, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, proceed.
You had seen that from the list table, we have got the highest number of unresponded statements.
Yes.
Of course, for the obvious reason, we equally receive the highest number.
Yes.
And given the urgency and the importance of this, which is actually a national issue, security concern, we are going to prioritize to be among the matters to be addressed by the minister on Tuesday.
Fair
What
enough.
I want to say, allow me 1 minute, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, once, of course, the minister, it will not be just, it will be one-on-one interaction. Honorable Speaker, but it should be clear to all of us that the president, the IG, the minister himself, previously, in several occasions, not once, had clearly pronounced themselves on this issue, that they are doing anything possible to ensure that the elimination of goons in these countries is done. That calls for, it is incumbent upon all of us, Honorable Speaker, the 349 of us seated in this House, including those who are even speaking the loudest, to take the responsibility, being responsible enough, being patriotic enough, to ensure that we together help the government fight this menace of organism and goons, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, you're going to meet the...
Yes.
So on Tuesday, order, honorable members, order.
So on Tuesday?
Yes. Tuesday you're sitting with the
CS.
CS.
And
when are you coming back to the House?
Honorable Mother Wangari statement.
Yes.
And once we bring all of them to the floor of the House.
When?
On Wednesday.
The following day?
Yes, the following day.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
So it's so directed.
For tabling.
It's so directed. The honorable.
The record of the House.
The honorable MP for West Mugirango, Stephen Mogaka. Order, honorable members. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to request for a statement. And just on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, on 11th of August, I did raise a request for a statement materially similar to what Honorable Wangari has raised. I do hope that the two statements will receive
proceed
attention.
On the current matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek to request for a statement regarding implementation of income tax exemptions for persons with severe disabilities as well as their parents or guardians. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding implementation of income tax exemptions for persons with disabilities, and in particular, parents and guardians caring for persons certified with severe disabilities and incapable of catering for their basic needs. Mr. Speaker, the Persons with Disabilities Act of 2025 provides for tax reliefs intended to cushion persons with disabilities and families that bear the financial responsibility of caring for them. Section 56 of the said Act provides for income tax exemption for persons with disabilities who are in receipt of income, while, Mr. Speaker, Section 57 of the said Act empowers the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance, upon application, to grant an income tax exemption to a parent or guardian of a person certified with severe disability and incapable of catering for their basic needs, where such persons is under their care and custody. Mr. Speaker, while the law is very clear on this provision, there is limited information on how to apply for this exemption. By way of illustration, Mr. Speaker, one Mr. Anthony Obade, holder of ID number 22151471, a resident of Kajiado County, is a parent of a child certified with severe disability and incapable of catering for his basic needs. The child was duly registered and issued with a disability registration certificate reference number NCPWD-JRSGRWG, way back in the year 2024. Vida letter dated 2024 June 2026, vida letter dated 24th June the year 2026, Mr. Obade formally applied for tax exemption on his income in accordance with the Persons with Disability Act. To date, Mr. Speaker, however, there has been no feedback on the status of his application. This case raises concern as to whether eligible persons and their families are effectively accessing the statutory tax reliefs provided by the law. Mr. Speaker, it is against that background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. Number one, the criteria and procedure currently applicable in determining the amount of income tax exemption available to parents and guardians under Section 57 of the Persons with Disability Act of the year 2025. Number two, the status of the application of income tax exemption of the said Anthony Obade and the reasons for the delay in processing his application. Number three, what programs are in place to disseminate information so that parents and guardians catering for persons with severe disabilities across the country are adequately informed of and are able to access these tax reliefs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the measures in place to address administrative and technological challenges that may hinder eligible persons, parents, and guardians of persons with severe disabilities from applying for and accessing the statutory tax exemptions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fair enough. Chair of Finance Committee, Kimani, MP4. It's a very straightforward. Okay, what do you have to add?
You see, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue that Honorable Mogaka has raised is very crucial in our current economy, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine the parents who have children living with disability, they don't work the whole day. They go for half duty because taking care of a child living with a disability is another job. So this should not even be taken as something that needs to be given a thought. It is something that should be given a consideration. We help these parents. The fact that we give a waiver to people living with a disability, the parents should even be given double because there is also disability in the mind of a parent taking care of a child living with a disability. So I support what Honorable Steve has presented before this House, and an action should be taken even within 1 week. We should have a response before we go for the recess.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kimani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Once I would like to thank my two colleagues for seeking this particular statement. Maybe one of the issues that I would like the member to specify, the exemptions for people living with disabilities as per the Persons with Disabilities Act, the first 150,000 shillings of income per month or 1.8 million shillings per year is automatically exempt from income tax. However, there is a rider that for you to qualify for that exemption, then you must be registered by the National Council for People Living with Disabilities. So maybe as I seek to provide the answer raised by the Honourable Member, maybe it's important for a member to facilitate us with information whether the person is seeking the settlement for is registered by the National Council for Population Development. Second, Honourable Speaker, even as we wait for the answer from the Kenya Revenue Authority, there is no any exemption given in law for relatives or guardians who live with people living with disabilities. The exemption is to the person living with disabilities and not to the parents or guardians. And maybe until that time, when this Honourable House may provide an extension of this exemption to those people taking care of this person with disabilities, then there might not be any provision in law to exempt those caregivers of people living with disabilities from income tax, Honourable Speaker.
I think that's fair. Order, Honourable Nogaka. Honorable Mogaka, the law as it is now.
Yes, discretion application by a caregiver of a person with disability to grant that exemption. And that is the law that I'm seeking, that this committee makes the CS grant the parents of these people their entitlement. That discretion needs to be exercised judiciously. Thank you. Yeah, the person is registered. I draw the attention of the chair to paragraph 3, where Ubade is registered under certificate registration reference number NCPWD-JRSGWG registration.
Fair enough. I mean, I think that's clear. That's clear. How long will you take before you come with that response?
Honorable Speaker, now that the Honorable Member has provided clarity on what is being sought and the details, I think this is a fairly straightforward statement. I should be able to provide it by Thursday next week.
Okay.
So they have
fair
this
enough.
information before you go on recess.
It's so directed. The next one is the Honorable Walter Owino, MP for Awendo, on the impending auction of land belonging to Southern Nyanza Sugar Company Limited. Proceed. You're seeking a statement, yeah. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a request for a statement regarding the impending auction of land belonging to South Nyanza Sugar Company, Sony. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the impending auction of land belonging to the South Nyanza Sugar Company Limited. Honorable Speaker, the South Nyanza Sugar Company Limited maintained banking services at the Cooperative Bank of Kenya since the year 2012. At various times prior to the transitioning to the leasing arrangements, the company secured a 5-year loan facility of Kenya shillings 335 million under the Commodities Fund and an overdraft facility of Kenya shillings 300 million. At the time of transitioning to the leasing arrangement, the outstanding loan had accrued...
Order, honorable members, order. Order.
Can I repeat?
There is a small caucus of Northeastern MPs there who are in very loud, do it in very low tones. Honorable Abdisrat Khalif.
Mr. Speaker, I may have to start again.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the impending auction of land belonging to the South Nyanza Sugar Company, Sony. Honorable Speaker, the South Nyanza Sugar Company maintained banking services at the Cooperative Bank of Kenya since the year 2012. At various times prior to the transitioning to the leasing arrangement, the company secured a 5-year loan facility of Kenya shillings 335 million under the Commodities Fund and an overdraft facility of 300 million. At the time of transitioning to the leasing arrangement, the outstanding loan had accumulated to Kenya shillings 710 million 453 474, which included capitalized interest accrued over time. Records show that the security for the loan is the first-ranking legal charge of 900 million shillings in favor of company's property land LR number 16339 situated in Sare Awendo. Honorable Speaker, on 13th August 2025, the bank issued a statutory notice demanding settlement of the debt, following which the bank was advised to pursue it as a pending bill. Regrettably, the matter remains unresolved despite engagements involving the Kenya Sugar Board, the bank, and the lessee. On 14th July 2026, the bank issued a notice of intention to sell the charged property within 40 days to recover the outstanding loan, which then stood at Kenya shillings 862,328,980. The impending auction of the company land raises concerns regarding the protection of public assets under the subsisting lease arrangements. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. 1. The status of outstanding loan owed by the former South Nyanza Sugar Company Limited to the Cooperative Bank of Kenya. 2. The measures being taken by the government to settle or restructure the outstanding liability and prevent the disposal of LR number 16339 in Sariawendo. 3. Measures being taken to safeguard the assets of the former South Nyanza Sugar Company Limited from disposal arising from historical liabilities, and the long-term measures being put in place to resolve legacy debt and other liabilities of state-owned sugar companies under leasing programs. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on that issue, I just wanted to find out whether the member has spoken to Honorable Nyamita, because I was listening to Honorable Nyamita yesterday on TV, and he said the exact opposite. So maybe Honorable Nyamita has more updated information about Sony Sugar and Blood.
Now?
Yeah, so maybe he could find out from Honorable Nyamita.
Where is Honorable Nyamita? Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I represent Awendo constituency, and Honorable Nyamita represents Uriri, which is neighboring Awendo. So I speak on behalf of Awendo.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough. The Honorable Kimani, give an undertaking on when you will have the comprehensive statement on that.
So, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Walter Owino for seeking this statement. Honorable Speaker, as you may recall, this is one of the institutions that the Committee on Finance and National Planning and that of Agriculture processed a sessional paper, I think, in 2023 on commercialization of these sugar companies. I know we are going on recess, and because we may have to visit the factory, we'll need 1 month to bring back a comprehensive statement on this. And I would ask the Honourable Member that when we are doing this undertaking to please also be available to the committee so that he can give us the inside information that may have to enable us to carry out this process effectively.
Honorable Kimani, the company's land is charged by a bank. The bank wants to realize the money it lended to the organization. And he says that that efforts by the bank itself to recover its own money will be done not too much in the distance. Now, unless you are able to give a firm undertaking that you'll have to do something, either, but then to say that when we go out there, which is, you know, it might become ex post facto. Yes, who else wants to? Yes, Honorable Member, yes, Awendo MP.
I appreciate the response, Mr. Speaker. However, the notice has been given by Cooperative Bank, a 40-day notice has been given by Cooperative Bank that they are supposed to be auctioning the parcel within 40 days, and that is from 14th of July 2026, Mr. Speaker. So waiting for another 1 month may not work. We may come back from recess after these people have already auctioned the parcel. Thank you.
Yes. Order, honorable members. Order. Baraza and the company. MP Abdesirat Khalif. I don't know what campaign you're on, but you seem to be making one small caucus after the other. The Honorable Kimani. This is a commercial transaction. The bank itself has got to recover its own money. This is a loan. Now, if you really want to do something about it, you have to give an undertaking such that you make the right, what do you call, interventions with the treasury or to find a way to pay off the bank. Whatever you have to do it yourselves because the land is going to be auctioned. And it's a parastatal, to the best of my... Is it a parastatal? Yes, it is a parastatal. So for you to protect the interest of the nation and interest of the public who live around that place, you have to give a firm undertaking that you will make a certain intervention to make sure that the bank discharges the property upon a negotiated settlement of whatever it is. Because this is a commercial loan, you can't stop the bank. You have no powers to stop the bank.
Yes, and indeed you're very right, Honorable Speaker. Now that there already exists a contractual arrangement between the sugar company and the bank, which is an arrangement or a contract as per the Contracts Act, then we need to be careful how we maneuver around this. But however, Honorable Speaker, there is still some relief, because this Honorable House did pass a sessional paper in 2023, if I'm not wrong, in the commercialization of these companies, where there was an undertaking by National Treasury to take up some of these debts. And therefore, considering the urgency of the matter as explained by yourself and by the Honorable Member, we shall make it the operative business in the committee, and we should give back a report to this House, a preliminary statement next Thursday, and a comprehensive statement now thereafter. After now we meet all these parties, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yes, Koyo, I think this matter is settled.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
For now, at least, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I want to speak to this. The chairman of finance should be very specific. The government should be very careful with protecting people's property. We have been bailing out Kenya Airways every other day and other parastatals. And this is something very unusual because the land belonged to the locals. And the locals gave it willingly because they wanted a factory to be erected to promote industrialization and create employment and keep the economy going. But somehow, somewhere, people have lost taste. Until now, what we are suspecting is that some serious people are the people who want this thing to go for auctioning, then they buy it cheaply. And they should be very serious with the public properties. I want you to be specific and give a guarantee to this House that you will do what it takes.
He has given an undertaking that he will
to stop the auction.
You cannot stop the auction. Auction can only be stopped by a court.
Yes.
How do you want? Or an undertaking. If he negotiates through the Treasury with the lending authority or the lending institution itself, then maybe that is the case. Yes, what's your point of order, Miriam Dembo? She's on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the chairman of finance knows that it's now in the public domain that we are marginalized counties, Homa Bay and Migori. And the government takes special measures to support marginalized counties. Can the government pay that loan? We are marginalized. Let the government pay that loan. And we are also in broad-based. Let the government pay that loan.
Wamboka.
It is very sad, Honorable Speaker, the circumstances under which corporations belonging to the government are being, the route they're exchanging hands from government to individuals, Honorable Speaker. I speak with a lot of pain, Honorable Speaker. The way Nzoia Sugar Company changed hands, Honorable Speaker, it was the same way this sugar mill is going. And before they realize, it will be a very serious issue, Honorable Speaker. I want the chairman of the committee, who is my good friend, and he knows I like him, my brother. You know, we've had governments since 1963, but we have never, the citizenry of this country have never underwent the pain, such pain as the one that is being afflicted on the people of Kenya right now. If you go to Nzoia Sugar Company, you came to this house, you assured us that we are leasing Nzoia Sugar Company. Farmers will be paid, workers will be paid, and the machine will be running. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, and I want this committee to just do a fact-finding mission to Nzoia Sugar Company. It is sad. The employees have never been paid. They were told to go home without any pay. The farmers who had supplied cane have never received their money, Honorable Speaker. And now the sugar factory is not milling. For a farmer, a sugarcane farmer, to get a permit to cut his sugarcane, it is a problem. Honorable Speaker, we want the committee to take this matter serious, and we want Honorable Mbadi when he comes here. We want him to tell us, Honorable Speaker, because we are losing government property, and these properties belong to the people, Honorable Speaker. It is sad.
Wamboka, order. Yeah, but you cannot rise on a point of order and hijack a matter that is for Sony. Order. A matter that's for Sony. And you should have been, you people are a bit lazy. Why didn't you put up your own, why didn't you seek a statement from the same committee on is it the one you're talking about is? Anyway, we're now dealing with Southern Nyanza Sugar Company. No. The Honorable Kimani.
So
Order.
Honorable Speaker, in as much as the honorable member may have raised that point arbitrarily and abused...
Confine yourself to the matter before the House right now.
Yes, I undertake, Honorable Speaker, I had committed.
South Nyanza
unless there is a ruling
and the loan that is owed to one bank. I had it, if I did not hear it wrong, it was what, Cooperative Bank?
Honorable Speaker, unless now
how that is going to be settled, yes.
Yes, I did give a commitment that because of the urgency of the matter, we're going to give a preliminary report next Thursday.
Yes.
However, I don't know how you intend us to deal with the issue of sugar that has been raised, unless now in your ruling you incorporate sugar with the other one.
South Nyanza.
Okay. So for the South Nyanza, I think I was clear on my undertaking on the same. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Okay. Next one is the Honorable Omulkhair Qasim. Omulkhair Qasim. Preparedness for anticipated El Nino rains in the Asal areas.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 442C, I rise to request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development regarding the preparedness, contingency planning, and response mechanisms in place for the anticipated El Nino rains and associated flooding risk across the arid and semi-arid counties, particularly Mandera County.
Is the chair for the Committee on Regional Development in the House? Yeah, okay, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, the anticipated heavy and the above average rainfall presents a significant humanitarian, economic, public health, security, and environmental risk to communities across the northern Kenya. Mandera County has experienced a prolonged period of drought, peaking in February 2026. The drought, driven by consecutive failed rainy seasons, has severely weakened household resilience, depleted livestock, and undermined food and water security. The onset of intense rainfall following such prolonged drought could consequently result in loss of lives and livelihoods, displacement of communities, destruction of infrastructure, flooding, and outbreaks of waterborne and other communicable diseases. The risk of flooding in Mandera County is further heightened by its geographical and ecological characteristics. Heavy rainfall in the Ethiopian highlands and other upstream areas has the potential to cause a rapid rise in water levels in the Dawa River, thereby exposing communities along the river and other flood-prone areas to the risk of riverine flooding. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development on the following. 1, the comprehensive preparedness and contingency measures that the government, through the National Disaster Risk Management Authority, has put in place to mitigate the anticipated heavy rains and flooding, particularly in Mandera County and other vulnerable ASAL counties. Number 2, efforts made by the government to strengthen disease surveillance, public health preparedness, and emergency medical response, particularly to prevent and manage waterborne and other communicable diseases that may arise from flooding. 3, measures put in place to protect learners and teachers in flood-prone areas and ensure that the continuity of learning in the event of displacement and destruction of school infrastructure or other restricted access to school. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Chair, when will you have this statement?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will endeavor to give a response to this statement the first week after recess.
The first week after recess.
Yes.
When is the anticipated, expected, or more or less, as far as the meteorological report is concerned? When is? Yes.
According to the
Focus.
Kenya
Focus.
Met,
Yes.
the anticipated El Nino is the first week of September, and we are going to be on recess until end of September.
Honorable.
That is going to be a short and a long period, Mr.
Chair, you have to give a better what do you call undertaking than that. This cannot come anything later than next week. So give an undertaking sometimes next week. Otherwise, it'll be a joke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If
yes,
the El Nino,
the preparedness, you can get that in half a day from the government. Yes.
Yes. If the El Nino is set to begin the first week
We have
of
an ASAL,
September,
what do you call authority in the country? Yes.
So, Honorable Speaker, as you direct, I may give a preliminary report or response to this statement next week on Thursday.
Next week on Thursday. It's so
Before we
directed.
Yes.
Now we have one honorable, the honorable Bernard Kitur. I'll give him a moment for him to speak. But before you do that, let me recognize the presence of two schools here. I want to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students from Koimiret Secondary School in Chapalungu, Bomet, and Ihumbu Primary School, Maragua, Muranga. The Honorable Kitur, would you want to give a word of encouragement to the students from these two schools?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to welcome all the students from the two schools who've made to be here. I welcome all of you to the House of Records. Take your time to learn. And this is where the laws are made. And as you will be having the deliberations, this can also encourage most of you. It's a great opportunity for you to be here because a unique chance, a unique opportunity. Many of the students across the country may have decided to be here. You have the privilege to be here. Take time to learn. And in the future, you will be actually also members of this honorable house, and you'll be able to build our country by making the laws and regulations that change this country. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, now you can go ahead and seek your statement.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the forceful eviction of squatters in Nandi Hills constituency.
Is there a member from that committee in the House now? I don't see the chair. The Committee on
Administration and Internal Security.
And Internal Security. Who? I'm afraid you would, because there's nobody.
There is a chairperson here who can take the commitment for the same.
Naomi Wako. I thought I saw Naomi Wako, the deputy whip, here. Anybody from the leadership of the House? Minority whip. You should be able to make an undertaking on behalf of it. After all, it's a broad-based government. Okay, proceed now. Listen to what he has to say.
So allow me, Honorable Speaker, to start it afresh so that she can really be able to get it right. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the forceful eviction of squatters in Nandi Hills constituency. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, 11th August 2026, Kimasa's cooperative squatters were forcefully evicted from Sitoi Farm, leaving their homes demolished, property destroyed, and their families left without shelter. The exercise was allegedly supervised by police officers from Nandi Hills Police Station in the presence of the officer commanding police division, OCPD, and the officer commanding station, that is the OCS. The affected squatters have been engaged in a long-standing land dispute with Eastern Produce Kenya Limited, which is reportedly the subject of an ongoing court proceedings. It is concerning that no valid court orders were presented to the squatters authorizing the evictions and demolitions. Honorable Speaker, unlawful evictions are permitted under the lawful evictions are permitted under the law. They ought to be undertaken in accordance with the due process. The destruction of homes and property in Sitoi Farm without proper legal authority therefore constitutes a serious violation of the affected person's constitutional rights to dignity, adequate housing, and access to justice. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number one, the circumstances under which the eviction at Sitoi Farm was undertaken, including the role of the officers from Nandi Hills Police Station, and an indication on whether excessive force was used leading to the unlawful destruction of property. Number two, the measures taken by the government to ensure that evictions are carried out strictly in accordance with the law, particularly where there are ongoing court proceedings concerning the affected property. And finally, the steps taken to ensure that affected families are protected from further displacements, intimidation, or violations of their rights pending the determination of the ongoing court proceedings. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Okay. Departmental Committee on Administration of Justice and Meli Odhiambo, proceed. You are there.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The committee, I'll forward the statement to the committee and they'll give a response in 2 weeks because this matter
Two weeks is not possible because in 2 weeks they will Parliament will be on recess.
Well, then, Mr. Speaker, the first
You
week.
should give it next week.
Okay, because this is really an urgent matter.
Yes.
Because it has to do with property rights, even health of the people who have been evicted.
Yes.
And the children and women who are now been forced to be displaced.
So when?
Next week, Mr. Speaker,
when?
On Tuesday.
When is Tuesday?
No, let me put it for Thursday. So I will give the information to the committee chair. So the statement will be given on Thursday. Will be responded to on Thursday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you happy with that?
Yes.
Fair enough. It's so directed.
Thank you.
Next thing is we have the responses. Committee on Transport Infrastructure, is the chair here? Yes. You're here. You're supposed to respond to the Honorable Dr. Edwin Mugo. Is he here? Yes. Where is he? Where is Edwin Mugo? If he's not in the house, then it will not be fair for you to give the statement in his absence. Yeah, I can just... You table it?
I will table it, but most importantly, when he requests for a statement, it's not for him, but it's for the people from that area. So
it's for the people and it's for the house, and common decency dictates that the asker of the question must be in the house.
Yeah, correct. But
for him to raise a few
I will
more
just
concerns.
table it, but then I will ask your indulgence that some of these roads in Mount Kenya are usually destroyed by demonstrators burning tires on the road. Maybe you form an ad hoc committee chaired by Honorable Gimani Kuria to go and speak with one resident of Madira.
Order, on what? On what? He has already been put in order by the Speaker, by the Chair. Point of order. Point of order is what for? Not somebody when that person has already been told to sit down. Order, sit down. Okay. Next one is the MP for... Do you have the transport? You still have the transport committee. Where is the MP for Turkana? Ekwam. Ekwam is where? Okay, proceed. Proceed now. Baraza, you can proceed and...
Thank you.
Maintenance and improvement of 2 roads in Turkana South constituency.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to gladly...
I direct that this matter of the Honorable Dr. Edwin Mugo should be deferred to a time when the Honorable Mugo is in the House, and I suggest on Wednesday next week. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I gladly want to read the statement in response to the statement sought by the Honorable member for Turkana North constituency. The Honorable member wanted a report on the reasons for delayed routine maintenance of the Loktong, Kibish, and Lokchogyo-Loktong roads despite the allocation of funds. He also wanted to know the details of the funds allocated for the maintenance of these roads and also plans being put in place to ensure that the necessary maintenance works are carried out in timely manner. And lastly, he wanted the KENHA to be more accountable, to provide accountability measures to address the failure by Kenya National Highway Authority in executing maintenance works. Honorable Speaker, I beg to respond as follows, that regarding the reasons for delayed routine maintenance, the Ministry submitted that routine maintenance activities have been carried out consistently with the exception of financial year 2024-2025 when there were budgetary constraints. And the routine maintenance normally entails spot improvement, drainage works, but due to the long stretch of the road, only critical sections are done within limited budgets. And regarding to the funds allocated and the corresponding works undertaken, I have listed here a detailed report which the Honorable Member can read that explains the amount of money that were allocated to the year 2025-2026 and the subsequent works that were undertaken. Regarding accountability measures, the Ministry submitted that the implementation of maintenance works has largely been affected by budgetary and funding constraints. Notwithstanding these challenges, KENHA has continued to prioritize critical maintenance activities aimed at ensuring road safety, maintaining trafficability, and preventing further deterioration of the affected road infrastructure. The Honorable Speaker, the Ministry further submitted that to enhance accountability and improve delivery of maintenance works, the agency has strengthened monitoring and supervision mechanism through regular road condition assessment, periodic inspections and performance reviews of maintenance programs. Further, prioritizing the road sections has been identified and incorporated into planned routine maintenance and the spot improvement programs for implementation subject to availability of funds. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I want to assure the Honorable Member that I will personally undertake to visit this section of this road sometime next week, and that to ensure that the Ministry and the agency is satisfying whatever issues that are raised in his statement, because he's a very hard-working Honorable Member, and from the region where he's coming from, they don't destroy the roads by burning tires of those roads. So we have to support him, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the written statement, response to this statement is unsatisfactory. But the Vice Chair has undertaken from his off-the-cuff statement that he's going to visit these roads. Mr. Speaker, these are roads connecting, one of the roads is connecting Kenya to Ethiopia from the northwestern part of Kenya, that is Turkana to Ethiopia. It is supposed to be an highway, but it is not. It is not motorable. It is cut off. The other road, the second road, Mr. Speaker, does not exist. it doesn't connect Turkana North from Loktang to South Sudan. It is not there. And Mr. Speaker, the last these roads were budgeted was 2022-2023 budgets. And from the statement, it is indicated that there was a budget. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the roads that have become cash cows to the ministry and maybe to the committee. And so I will ask, Mr. Speaker, that I appear before this committee together with the CS. And if it is true, Mr. Speaker, the committee vice chair will be visiting Turkana North, then that is a good step. And I should accompany him because I should be there to tell him, to show him where these roads are said to be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I should be very brief. Very brief, Ryder Undo.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue of highways is becoming a very emotive issue, and I think the committee, as you choose to visit, please pay attention and visit the Busia Kisumu Highway.
Order.
It is in
Order, Honorable Undo. Why is it in the habit of so many members of parliament that whenever a specific question is asked, instead of supporting your colleague in getting definitive answers that will help his own constituents, you begin looking, no. You are bringing your own issues. Ask your own question on that. File what do you call a request for a statement on the Busia Road. No. It's not right. Yes, give a definitive answer. The honorable deputy. Yes.
I have undertaken to visit this place next week.
When?
Next week on Friday.
Next week on Friday,
I will liaise with a member.
The honorable member, yes.
So that when we come back from
the recess, you will have done sufficient consultation. Correct. And will come back with a definitive statement.
Absolutely. But most importantly, Honorable Speaker. Most importantly, Honorable Speaker, yes. I will want you to just to allow me to table this response from responding to the statement sought by Honorable Edwin Mugo is straightforward. Because the work is ongoing, so it's straightforward and is not here. We will just table. We don't have to read it again when he's here.
Unfortunately for you, I've already given a direction on that.
Correct. And then lastly...
So I cannot...
Lastly, Honorable Speaker, we also need to plead with members that some of this very little money that are allocated on these roads and highways, they should be done for the intended purpose. But at times, when you sit down the agency, they will tell you there are times politicians mobilize their supporters, they vandalize the road signs, they bring down the guardrails, they burn tires, making the ministry now commit the money that they had committed for other activities to do some makeshift repairs. So when I said that we plead with members, especially from some part of our country, that don't mobilize your supporters to go and destroy the road that we are repairing. That is all that I even thought that and the people who are doing this, they are not Honorable Speaker, and we need to get the elders to go and speak with them. One notorious man is from Madira, the former deputy president. He's very notorious in mobilizing people to destroy properties in this country. So we should, that will be part of the long-term measure to ensure that our roads are not destroyed.
You've been hard. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of session of paper.
That's okay. Yeah, proceed.
Consideration of session of paper number 4.
What's your point of order? Wait, just a moment. What's your point of order, the Honorable? Is it Beatrice? Susan? Yes. Can you give her the mic, please? The Honorable Member for, is it Kibwezi? Makweni, yes. Kibwezi is next door, yes.
I was told to bring it back here. I've raised over 5 points of order. And even last time I raised a point of order, I was told I'll be answered in the last 2 weeks. I've never been answered. I also raised about the 18 girls ladies who were chased from the Kiganjo training institute. I was told I would be answered 2 weeks after the recess. I've not answered. I've raised it again, a point of order. And I don't seem to be answered, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Naomi, the Honorable MP for Makweni, your colleague, did seek statements on a number of issues, and the Hansard is going to record that. One of them is on girls who were girls who were chased from Kiganjo? 18 girls who were chased from Kiganjo. And the other one was on what? In Makweni.
Thank you, Honorable.
When will you bring those?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is unfortunate that she has not received, Mheshimiwa has not received her responses, and she has been waiting for all this time. I apologize on behalf of the committee chairs, but I will take that up and make sure that as soon as we resume, because next week she's requesting that we do it before we go on recess. So I will discuss with the chairs, and then she will receive her response probably by Thursday next week. Okay. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm responding on behalf of others, and that is why I wanted to be sure that by Thursday she'll have received her response. But let me work very hard, and I whip the chairs so that she receives her responses before we go on recess. Wednesday, yeah. Afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the same note, I also actually brought a statement. I requested for a statement on 40 transformers from my constituency. And I even, actually last week but one, I raised the same issue. It has not been responded to. So I want to know when it will be responded to. Thank you.
Naomi, and you will have to give an undertaking on that one too.
Honorable Speaker, I'll make sure that I will do some very serious follow-up, and also make sure that she gets a response probably by Wednesday. Thank you.
Fair enough. Next order. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 4 of 2026 on the National Petroleum Policy. Resumption of debate.
Because it was being moved by the chair, I think, Honorable Jeffrey Mulanya, and now he's not in the House. He had 16 minutes to go, so we will have to go to the next order. This order is deferred. Order number 8 is deferred.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the Inter-African Coffee Organization new agreement.
Okay. Chairperson Agriculture is not there. Order number 9. So we can go next order. Oh, you're there. Okay. So you're standing in for the chair. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to second the motion that this House approves the ratification of the Inter-Africa Coffee
moment. It's order number 9, and it's supposed to be moved by the chairperson. Then you can second. So you can't move when it has not been seconded. So unless you're moving on behalf of the chairperson, you are seconding. So you'll have to. So it is deferred then. So it has to be. You can defer. Yeah. So the next order. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, inquiry into the proposed sale of shares in East African Portland Cement PLC.
Chairperson, Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Is there someone who's been nominated to move? Honorable Wako, do you know if the chairperson of Trade is here? They're not here. Okay, we move to the next order.
Order number 11, the Power of Mercy Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2025, second reading.
Are you standing in for Majority Leader on this one? Okay, and then, but I think also for the clerk's office should ensure that we notify the chairpersons when their motions are coming, so that we don't have to defer them. It's also agreed that the moving notes will be brought here to the majority leaders there, so that when there is nobody to move, someone else can pick up. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Power of Mercy Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2025 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the critical piece of legislation was published in Kenya Gazette on 25th November 2025, read a first time on 26th February 2026, and subsequently committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, JLAC, for consideration. Honorable Speaker, the Power of Mercy under Article 133 of the Constitution lets the state balance strict criminal laws with grace, forgiveness, and healing for reformed offenders. Honorable Speaker, we currently have the Power of Mercy Act, CAP 94, which was enacted in 2011 to operationalize Article 133 of the Constitution, while the article has served the country over the years. Experience in its implementation has revealed practical, instructional, and operational gaps that require legislation reform. And Honorable Speaker, this bill is a major step forward that updates our laws, creates transparent system for presidential pardons, and replaces old rules with modern framework that respects human rights. Honorable Speaker, this will really help Kenyans so that we can exercise and presidential pardon can be in place. Honorable Speaker, the primary objective of this bill are, number one, it gives full effect to Article 133 of the Constitution by establishing a structured statutory framework for the exercise of the power of mercy by the President. Number two, it sets out clear legal perimeters for the appointment, tenure, powers, and administrative function of the Advisory Committee on the Power of Mercy, POMAC. Number three, the bill clearly sets out the rules, qualification, and types of mercy like full pardons, delays, or shorter sentence to stop any unfair decision. Number four, the main goal is to replace old laws with modern system that protects human rights and includes victims. Honorable Speaker, the bill is structured into 6 comprehensive parts and schedules that outline the functional mechanics of executive clemency. Again, Honorable Speaker, Part 1, Clause 1 to 4, establishes the foundational preliminary baselines, including the short title, statutory interpretation, the overarching objectives of the Act, and its core guiding principles. Honorable Speaker, Part 2, Clause 5 to 24, provides detailed roadmap for the structure and governance and the Advisory Committee on the Power of Mercy. This part fulfills Article 133, 2C of our Constitution by specifying the committee's makeup, locating its headquarters, and outlining a strict competitive appointment process for its members. The part goes further to establish a fully operational and independent advisory committee secretariat. This secretariat will be led by a competitive recruited chief executive officer who will manage day-to-day administration and offer crucial support to the committee. You can clearly see, Honorable Speaker, that this secretariat will be of great help and will streamline everything and the activities of day to day. Again, Honorable Speaker, it also creates a clear framework for hiring indicated pardon officers and setting up localized case management committees within our correctional facilities. These teams will be responsible for identifying eligible applicants, conducting initial risk assessment, and maintaining clean records. This ensures that only well-vetted, genuine, reformed offenders are recommended for presidential clemency. Honorable Speaker, you know at the moment there are many people in prison and they are waiting for this. And once this is applied, then many Kenyans will be relieved. Again, Honorable Speaker, Part 3, Clause 25 to 26 forms the substantive engine of the law of detailing the explicit forms of mercy recognized under Article 133(1), creating an ambiguous eligibility criteria and a standard procedural pathway for processing petition. Honorable Speaker, Part 4, Clause 37 to 39, enforces rigid financial regulations, capturing the explicit sources of funding for the Advisory Committee, annual estimation, and binding audit controls aligned with public finances law. Again, Honorable Speaker, Part 5, Clause 40 to 45, introduces frameworks for nationwide awareness creation, continuous public education, offender sensitization, and guaranteed channels for the public to access crucial information safely. Again, Honorable Speaker, Part 6, Clause 46 to 51 details miscellaneous mandates focusing heavily on record keeping, data collection, the creation of an official electronic database, cooperation, duties, and general penalty framework for any contravention of Act. Honorable Speaker, Clause 52 and Part 7, Clause 53 to 68 crown the bill by granting the Cabinet Secretary the powers to make governing regulations while safeguarding continuous transition through technical repeats, consequential amendment, and saving provisions. Honorable Speaker, we have few issues raised from public participation, and let me just go through that. Honorable Speaker, in strict compliance with Article 118 of the Constitution, the committee placed advertisement and successfully received 20 substantive memoranda from vital states and state actors. Some of the issues raised include, number one, the National Intelligence Service, NIS, raised concern over the lack of standardized procedural framework for actual assessment, noting that the risk profiles of offenders must be metric-based rather than subject. Number two, Kenya Prison Service, KPS, and the Commission on Administrative Justice, KAJ, pointed out an error where capital offenses were mistakenly equated with life imprisonment, urging an alignment with the Standard Penal Code jurisprudence. Number three, several stakeholders, including the Law Society of Kenya, LSK, strongly advocated for explicit inclusion of the two-third gender principle and preliminary vetting to protect the institutional integrity of the advisory committee. Number four, civil society groups like Center for Multi-Party Democracy, MCD, and Justice Defenders raised pressing argument around victim safety, demanding that serious offenders of gender-based violence, GBV, and femicide be completely barred from seeking mercy. The witness, number five, the Witness Protection Agency, WPA, and the Media Council of Kenya, MCK, requested clear mandates on data anonymization for vulnerable victims and structured framework for responsible public communication. Honorable Speaker, allow me to go through the committee observation and recommendation. Honorable Speaker, having thoroughly scrutinized the stakeholder submission, the JLAC committee made profound observations that have refined this bill into superior legislation. Number one, the committee observed that the fresh actuarial assessment was entirely omitted from the substantive text of the bill and thus correcting recommended its total deletion from the interpretation section to avoid legislative clutter. Number two, the committee noticed a structural overlap between prison-based case management committee and POMAX pardon officers, noting that the primary role of keeping and processing criminal records sits squarely with the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI, and Kenya Prison Services. Honorable Speaker, number three, the committee observed that the exclusion of high-risk offenders from receiving total sentence remission was discriminatory, affirming that the ultimate discretionary power must lie with the President as advised by POMAC. And finally, the committee firmly noted that executive remission under Article 133 of the Constitution is a distinct constitutional act separate from administrative prison remission, and that both frameworks can peacefully coexist. Honorable Speaker, this bill is not merely an administrative formality, it is a vital progressive pillar required to balance justice with human dignity and rehabilitation. Again, Honorable Speaker, by establishing an independent secretariat and setting clear and unyielding criteria for massive petition, we are building public confidence in our criminal justice system. I take this opportunity to thank the chairperson on behalf of Majority Leader. I take this opportunity to thank the chairperson and members of Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for their dedication, long hours, and expert output on this bill, as we have seen. I now urge, on behalf of the Majority Leader again, members of this House to support and pass this amendment to secure a fairer and more accountable legal system for our country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I request our very able, I beg to move this amendment and also this bill, and also request our very able Majority Leader, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, to second.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank my Deputy Whip, Honorable Naomi Wako, for ably moving this bill on the Power of Mercy bill, a bill that is actualizing the provisions of Article 133 of the Constitution. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, this bill's primary objective is to bring into effect or operationalize the power of mercy as set out under Article 133 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, if you look at Article 133 of our 2010 Constitution, it says that on the petition of any person, the President may exercise a power of mercy in accordance with the advice of the advisory committee established under subclause 2 by giving 4 particular powers. One is granting a free or conditional pardon to a person convicted of an offense. Someone who's already been found guilty, convicted, can either be given a conditional pardon or freed from that conviction. 2 is to postpone or postponing the carrying out of a punishment, either for a specified or indefinite period. You could be imprisoned for 10 years, beginning the moment you are convicted by the magistrate or the judge, but under the power of mercy, as provided for in the Constitution, that carrying out of that punishment can either be postponed for an indefinite period or for a specified period. Therefore, you could be convicted and the President postpones your conviction indefinitely. And that means you'll never be jailed. But the Constitution obligated that there must be an act of Parliament which will come to actualize some of these things. So that, for instance, it doesn't become the whims of the President on who to pardon, when to give you an indefinite suspension of your conviction, or whether it is a timed conviction. The third thing that Article 133 sought to do is substituting a less severe form of punishment, or lastly, remitting all or part of a punishment. That the President could also substitute a less severe punishment. under Article 133 of the Constitution. But the same Constitution, if you read sub-Article 2, it says that there shall be an advisory committee on the power of mercy, comprising of the Attorney General, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for correctional services. In our case now, that would be the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the Interior, and at least 5 other members as prescribed by an Act of Parliament, none of whom may be a state officer or in public service. And that is exactly what we are doing in actualizing the provisions of Article 133 of the Constitution, that we are now setting out under what conditions shall people who will be appointed, those 5, as was envisaged by the Constitution, that they shall be appointed by, through an act, as prescribed by an Act of Parliament. That's what the Constitution says. Therefore, we must enact an Act of Parliament that prescribes who qualifies to be appointed as a member of this advisory council. And as the mover has ably said, if you read Part 6 or Section 6 of the bill, it tells you that a person is qualified for appointment as a member of the advisory committee under Article 133(2)(c) of the Constitution if the person, one, must be a citizen of Kenya. You cannot have people who are not Kenyans. I know we have neighbors and relatives across the border, and I see the member of Funyula smiling fishily because I know he has relatives across the border on the Ugandan side. Therefore, we cannot have any of Honorable Undo's relatives who are Ugandans serving under this committee or this advisory committee. 2, that person must hold a qualification as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya of not less than 15 post-qualification experience. Again, it's important that we have people who are experienced, people who have practiced, and people who have even engaged in criminal justice practicing in our courts of law, so that as they advise their president and they serve in this advisory council, they are aware of the nature of crimes that people are usually convicted on what terms and what conditions people are imprisoned. And many of you will appreciate that we have many Kenyans languishing in our prisons who do not deserve to be there. Very many of them. Because we are a country where even justice has become for sale. And I say that knowing what goes on in this country. And therefore, there are people who have been jailed but never deserve to be jailed. But probably because they could not afford legal services or they were fighting with people who had more means than them, they ended up finding themselves in jail. And they will now have an opportunity under the power of mercy, because these advocates who will be under this advisory committee can look at particular cases of even those who will be languishing in prison and never deserve to be there. The other qualification is a medical professional in mental health or psychiatry of not less than, again, 15 years of post-qualification experience. Again, because there are many people probably who are jailed. You just hit somebody with a stone, a Cabro block, like I experienced in my own constituency about 3 months ago. A young man who was of unsound mind just got a Cabro block from the car park in Kikuyu town and hit somebody who had just said something very minor to him, and that gentleman later passed on. Therefore, that person is a known person of unstable mind. But he may end up in jail because he may never be able to have proper representation in court, and therefore, such professions as people who have studied mental health or psychiatry will be able to analyze and be able to tell that this person or this convict is of unsound mind and therefore should not have been jailed, probably needs treatment rather than being in jail, because they also become a danger to the other prisoners they find in jail. If you kill somebody because you're of unsound mind and you end up being jailed without getting psychiatric help or treatment, then you end up in jail and go strangle others and kill more. Commit murder again, then you end up in court again, you are jailed again, and the cycle continues. Therefore, we have made particular provisions in this bill that we must have professionals in mental health. We also have a professional with 15 years post-qualification experience in psychology and counseling or correctional services. Because the people who are convicted, we should not take away the dignity of being human beings away from them. And unfortunately, that is what over the years have happened with our correctional services or our prisons. People are put in very inhumane conditions. And in actual fact, you have all seen many people who end up in jail for very flimsy things, pickpocketing or snatching a bag or something in town. But they end up in jail because of the conditions they find in jail. They end up becoming more hardcore criminals. And therefore, we must have a system that is both restitutive but also rehabilitative. That those we convict in our prisons must be able to be rehabilitated. And that is why under this advisory council, we are also saying there must be professionals who can counsel those who have studied psychology, those who have studied counseling, and even those who with experience in correctional service, so that those who are jailed and can be corrected, can be rehabilitated to become active members of the society again, and productive members of the society can then be reintegrated to the community if they are granted the power of mercy. But it's only professionals who can be able to interrogate those convicts and be able to know that this person actually has gone through a corrective system, is rehabilitatable, and can be reintegrated back to society. They also be a professional with at least 15 years experience and has served in the disciplined forces, either the police, national administration, or the defense forces. And I don't need to reemphasize on the need to have somebody who has served in the disciplined forces, because we know the training that many of our police officers and our disciplined forces go through is quite useful in being able to analyze. And many of our police officers now are studying even degrees in criminology. And they are able to analyze the patterns of crime, whether somebody is susceptible to repeating that crime if you are to release them back to the public. And therefore, this advisory council has all those professions. And this council will serve for one term of only 5 years. This one term of 5 years is to make sure that, again, we do not become accustomed to serving in a position. Everybody gets to know that this and that person are the ones in the advisory council, and they start influencing them to release or offer the power of mercy to people who otherwise would not deserve. So you only do one term of 5 years, is a part-time job, not a full-time job, and you exit and allow other Kenyans the opportunity to serve in this power of mercy advisory committee. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, because the mover has laid out everything that is contained in the bill, I need not repeat everything that has been said and has been provided for, because the mover of the bill has done that very well. And this bill, Honorable Speaker, has gone through public participation. I am sure the members of the JLAC committee, our Justice and Legal Affairs committee, and the mover has captured some of the issues they got, the feedback they got from the public participation. They were very diligent. And I must thank them, because actually almost all the members of Sir George's committee, I think, are lawyers. And therefore, they have been able to interrogate this bill and engage with stakeholders from the National Police Service, our prison services, the correctional services, the Ministry of Interior, specifically the State Department for Correctional Services, and even members of the public who have to deal with criminals out there and deal with criminal acts. And all those issues have been raised. The report that the committee tabled, I had a look at it and captured very many issues, including the National Intelligence Service. And you see the bill also provides for actuarial assessments so that every decision that is made based on data and statistical data that can help. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, let me thank our members of the JLAC committee for the very great work that they put in considering this bill. Honorable Speaker, we must also make sure, as we enact this bill, and I know many members will be proposing amendments, that there must be certain crimes. You know, we have a very robust constitution. This 2010 constitution gave every crime in this country, made it bailable. Now, I came to discover, Honorable Speaker, the other day, that you can actually murder somebody today. And because it's a bailable offense, tomorrow you're out on bail. What do? You look for the person, either you go for the witness and kill them, so that there are no witnesses in your eventual trial, or you reach out to the family of the person you have killed and enter into the alternative dispute resolution process. We need to relook. We may not be able to have the opportunity now to relook at this constitution. But we need to relook at what offenses, if they're available, what offenses can you go into ADR on? Should you be able to kill somebody and enter into alternative dispute resolution mechanisms? And I dare say from this floor, we have seen even members of parliament in broad daylight shooting Kenyans and killing them because we have the privilege of being armed. These are the people we vote for, who vote for us. These are the people who look up to us to lead them, to protect them, and assure them of their safety. But simply because I have a gun in my holster, I pull it out in a bar, I shoot somebody. I get to a rally.
Police do not kill. They do not shoot. We have not heard of anybody being condemned and either convicted of shooting. No, there are courts of law which convict somebody if he is found to have committed a crime. That's as per the penal code. And nobody has been convicted in this among the MPs. So when we say somebody has been accused of shooting, it's only when one is convicted. And,
Order, Honorable Member. Order. You're out of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I actually did not see what was out of order. So just tell the member for Imenti Central to relax. He will have his opportunity to advance his argument if he wants to argue, but not with me. Honorable Speaker, I was saying we have seen incidents where including leaders, even members of parliament, have been accused of shooting people. And we know, if you can protect me from this honorable member,
MP for Imenti.
And just tell him to have some decorum.
Order.
Have some decorum. If you want to shout, you can go shout in some market in Imenti Central, not here.
You have a problem because you choose to address somebody across. There's a procedure. There's a system here.
Thank you. In fact, the member for Homa Bay is telling us there is no market, and indeed there is no market. This is a house of debate. We debate, but you debate when you have an opportunity to debate, and everybody will have an opportunity to debate. Honorable Speaker, before I was rudely and interrupted, I was saying that we have seen even members of parliament being accused of walking into bars, shooting people. You go to a rally, you shoot the same voters and citizens we ought to be offering and assuring security. Then, when those issues go to court, because we are people of means, and unfortunately, the people who end up being shot and die are not people of means. We end up following those families, going for alternative dispute resolution, and we get away with crime. And for me, it does not matter whether you are a member of parliament, whether you are a minister, whether you are a governor. Nobody has a right to take life. Nobody has the right to take anybody's life. And if, as a leader, as a member of parliament, I shoot somebody, I should be treated like any other criminal who shoots another Kenyan and kills them. Honorable Speaker, I was saying that because we must now begin to relook into many of these laws. Because we have this constitution, as I said, that became very generous. As I said, you kill somebody, you're out on bond, you eliminate all the witnesses. That is the danger that we are living in. And it is only us who can protect our nation and our citizens. even in the United States where we largely borrowed this constitution from, I hardly ever see bail being dished out to murder suspects the way we do it in our courts here. Fact of life. And many other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth. But because of how activist we became as a country, and we were led to enacting this constitution after many years of activism, probably we became too overgenerous. I'm just saying it is food for thought, because it is us who will offer solutions to these issues, not any other person out there. Honorable Speaker, in closing, because I said yesterday, everybody now is speaking about goons, and it's the most fashionable thing to say today. And in fact, even in political circles, pointing fingers at each other, you are the one who has goons, you are the one who has goons, is the most fashionable things. In fact, I saw a group of leaders from the opposition yesterday, and I think it's the Honorable Mother Karua who read a statement, asking for ICC to come and investigate this phenomenon of goons. Unfortunately, some of the people standing behind Mother Karua are the people who have been moving around in Nyanza with goons carrying machetes. Then you are telling us you've now become Holy Joe. You can stand behind Mother Karua reading a statement talking about goons. Yet you are the commander-in-chief of goons in Nyanza with machetes. I have seen others, Honorable Speaker, now decide which parties will have candidates, which parties will not have agents, against our own election laws. And somebody stands in his village home and says, here in this constituency, in Madera, we shall not have a single UDA agent. But because you know what you have done, you are now breaching election laws. The following day, what do? You turn around and try and correct what you had said. But you know what you are doing because you did it in Ol Kalau. And I have said it. In Ol Kalau, the Saturday before the voting, all UDA agents and mobilizers had their doors marked with red paint X's. And they got leaflets warning them, instilling fear in voters, mobilizers, agents. And now that is the same business you want to take to Madera. That is why you had a member of parliament in this house telling people that if you vote this way, we'll get you from under your beds. And I have dared ask, supposing for heaven's sake, it was the Honorable, just for example, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, Honorable Peter Kaluma, saying that in Homa Bay. Or the Honorable Oscar Sudi saying what the Member of Parliament was saying in Nyeri, that if you vote for this particular faction of our political forum, we will get you from under your beds. If, for instance, was Oscar Sudi who had said that in Kapsaret, and I have asked those questions, we must be careful, all of us, what we say. All of us, without exception. All of us. We have a nation to hold together. We have a nation that it is in your interest, in my interest, in our family's interest that we have a peaceful nation, peaceful elections. Elections next year will come and go. Whether you keep shouting 4th term, 6th term, no term, whatever you want to shout, even those who have served for 1 term, keep shouting 1 term, they can go ahead. It is within their rights. Yeah. You know, many of those I see, some served as vice presidents for 1 term, others served as deputy president for 1 term, others served as members of parliament for 1 term, others are serving as members of parliament for 1 term, and they will actually serve for 1 term. That is why they have to go shouting it. But whether it is about those terms, let us hold our nation together. Let us enact pieces of legislation like this one that is clearly telling us what needs to be done, even as we offer power of mercy pursuant to this constitution. But also speak to our judiciary. As you dish out bail, As you dish out the preemptive court orders, you dish out every day. They call it what? Preemptive, I don't know what they call it, Murugara. The injunctions they give out to preempt even arrest and investigations. Anticipatory bails. Thank you, Honorable Millie. As you dish out anticipatory bails and grant bails, please put it at the back of your mind if you are a magistrate, if you are a judge. What is the accused person accused of? If somebody has been accused of murder, we have seen the other day, policemen colluding with criminals and policemen actually becoming criminals to murder other Kenyans. Will we have them taken to court and the following day a magistrate just dishes out bail? What will they do? And they still have connections with the same police service. What will they do to the witnesses? Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that so that even as we consider this law, we also think through other pieces of legislation in our criminal justice system. Because part of the reasons of enacting this piece of legislation is to bring on board members of our society into the criminal justice system so that we also become active participants of the criminal justice system. I had a meeting this morning, Honorable Speaker, allow me to conclude with that, with members of my Nyumba Kumi and the village elders in Kikuyu constituency. And I was sharing some of these experiences with them. That the problem that bedevils us in our neighborhoods, especially in central Kenya, of illicit brews. It is much easier for me as a politician to accuse the police, accuse the provincial administration, or even those idiotic politicians who will say it is government that is bringing illicit brews to neighborhoods to finish people. But I was telling my village elders and Nyumba Kumi, we are parents, you are parents. Let us also engage and speak to our children. Because there's nobody who is ever forced to consume alcohol. But we must educate them. And when the chief does it, they may not take it as seriously as when their parents are educating them and telling them, please do not consume some of these illicit brews that are being sold to you at very cheap prices because they are being made at the corners of shops and people's houses. And therefore, as we bring into the fold of the GAO, or the National Government Administrative Officers, as we bring the Nyumba Kumis and the village elders into the fold, and I must thank members of this House who supported the policy proposals that came. Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, you remember, is his motion that brought to the realization what now the President and the Ministry of Interior has been able to actualize in paying a bit of stipends to our village elders. As we bring them into the fold, we need to make sure that we also educate them on the provisions of some of these laws. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second this bill and urge all of us to support it because it is a very progressive bill that, as I said, is actualizing the actual implementation of Article 133 of our Constitution on the power of mercy, so that we do it in an orderly, structured, and organized way. And for those who have gone through the report and the bill, you'll be able to see that they even laid out steps through which the advisory committees will work, what kind of people may not benefit from the power of mercy. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support and I beg to second and urge the House to support this bill.
Honorable members, I now propose a question that the Power of Mercy Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2025, be now read a second time. Yes, Chairman Murugara.
Chairman first. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to laud the Deputy Chief Whip who has ably moved the bill, and also the leader of majority who has ably seconded the bill, such that today we are here to debate a very important piece of legislation, the Power of Mercy Bill, which does several things for this country, which things are very important. May I go on record rectifying or informing the leader of majority that on the 28th of February 2019, in this 12th Parliament, I had actually brought a motion on the village elders, which was successful, and Honorable Mutuse's motion on village elders borrowed a leaf from what I had brought that particular time. But all of this is commendable because our village elders today are drawing some stipends. Allow me also to explain to those who are here what exactly this Power of Mercy Bill is, because in essence, we are repealing a law known as the Power of Mercy Act, Chapter 94 of the laws of Kenya. In our history, it's curious when we are told that sometime in 1975, after the elections of 1974, a gentleman by the name Paul Gay lost a petition against him on the basis that he had conducted some witchcraft on some voters, and therefore he was guilty of an election offense. We read from the history books that one afternoon or one morning, he visited the president of the country, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, and reminded him of many things, right from Kapenguria to where the country was that time. And he said he had to be forgiven. The word used is actually forgiven. Then we are told that that afternoon, the House convened and there was a constitutional amendment in the courts whereby the president was granted power to pardon an election offense. That is purely not true factually, because what was amended that afternoon was actually the Power of Mercy Act, which did not include mercy regarding an election offense. That is why it went through the first reading, second reading, third reading, and was assented to that afternoon, and Paul Gay got the clemency he wanted. This is a law that is derived from England. Exercise of prerogative powers of the sovereign in the UK. The powers of the sovereign are the powers of the king or the queen who is reigning that particular time. This is how he's given power to forgive offenders through what is called the royal clemency. And now we call it the Power of Mercy, the Presidential Power of Mercy. Honorable Speaker, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee went through this bill with a tooth comb. It also listened to the various participants, the stakeholders who came over to make representations regarding the bill. And in our estimation, we have refined this bill to make it one of the best laws in the country, especially on the exercise of prerogative powers of mercy by the president. I would urge every member to obtain a copy of the report so that when we come to the committee of the whole house and we are proposing amendments, every one of them grasps what those amendments are in relation to and how they apply to make this law good. We have said that in this bill, the Power of Mercy Advisory Committee will actually sit in the office of the president. This is exactly where it's supposed to be, because their work is to act under Article 133 of the Constitution to advise the president on how to exercise the power of mercy, granted by a constitutional provision. We must always respect our constitution. There are many issues we worry about from day to day, including what the leader of majority has gone through, that now all offenses in the country are available. And this is derived from our constitution. We know very well that that sends jitters to the citizens, because Constantly you hear somebody has murdered somebody else, somebody has killed somebody else, but those facts can only be ascertained after the person is convicted. The correct position is that every person brought before the court as a suspect is actually innocent until proved guilty. It is on that basis that we say you cannot delineate the rights, fundamental rights of freedom, such that the person is confined to prison, to remand when he is undergoing a trial purely because we suspect he has committed a grievous offense. So, what the courts are supposed to do is to weigh the magnitude of the offense and make commensurate bail terms so that the person is deterred from absconding or trying to interfere with witnesses. In any event, we have security agencies that will take care of such persons when they are out on bail. Most importantly, we must also talk about restorative justice. We are moving away from the old retributive justice, whereby we would say an eye for an eye. You kill somebody, we also kill you. You rob somebody, we kill you because you robbed. We must now move to restoring convicted persons so that once they show remorse, once they actually show they are able to be corrected, then we are able to take care of them as human beings and not just to go and kill them purely because they killed somebody else. There has been mention of ADR. Again, this is being encouraged. We must move away from the old colonial laws which we have in the Penal Code. Those are laws which from time to time, and I'm happy to report to this House, we are actually bringing in amendments to the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code to try and align it with the most recent court decisions on how we should go about punishing offenders when they are convicted. And one of them, and you hear about this, is that Kenya is abolishing the death penalty. It is not true. It is not being abolished. But it's going to be one of the sentences that can be meted out on an offender for the capital offenses that are set out in our Penal Code. So we are saying you may be sentenced to death or you may be imprisoned for a period of time so that you can serve whatever it is the court metes out to you. We must move away from hanging people on the gallows. We must stop doing all these things because we feel they may not be in consonance with modernity today. So this bill is going to be enriched. It's going to be a bill
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry for interrupting the chair as he's speaking, but would the chair just be clear, because he seems to be contradicting himself on the issue of the death penalty. On the one hand, he's saying that we are doing away with the death penalty. On the other hand, he's saying we are not doing away with the death penalty. I'm very keen because I'm a proponent of abolishment of the death penalty.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Millie. This is what we are going to do soon, and we are bringing the report, and the bills are going to be read a second time. What we are doing, in essence, is to amend the Penal Code and provide for punishment for capital offenses. Remember, the courts have ruled that the mandatory death penalty is unconstitutional because the court must always be given a discretion. It cannot be told, you must do this. That's what the judges have said. So the discretion is going to be this. We will remove the mandatory nature of the death penalty, but it will remain. However, you can get a death penalty for what you have done, depending on the degree of your offense. Number two, you may get a prison sentence, a life sentence, which is going to be a maximum of 30 years or whatever it's going to be. Just to explain to Millie, what you are saying is we will have degrees even of murder, of robbery, of robbery with violence, etc., the capital offenses. So that if yours is first degree, you may get death sentence. The court has a discretion. If it is the second degree, you may get a life sentence. The third one, etc. The last bit I need to explain, even to the leader of majority, is what are called plea bargains. That's what he was saying. You get into ADR when you are actually charged. It is allowed in law. You can get into a plea bargain, and there are terms including restitution, that is trying to pay back to the people, and then you're charged not with murder, but with manslaughter, and you get a lesser sentence. Those are all called plea bargains. They are allowed in law. We cannot dismiss them just because they appear to be lenient. But remember, we are moving towards restorative justice, not retributive justice. This is what modernity is calling upon us to do. I beg to support this particular bill. Thank you very much.
Yes, MP for Undai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this very important bill, the Power of Mercy Bill, that helps us give effect to Article 133 of our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I want to laud the committee that looked at this bill and brought up a report to the House. Indeed, this is a bill that is of great importance. We know that as it gives effect to the power of mercy that the President has to pardon anyone who has been in prison, has been jailed, who has served a sentence, that and already they are very remorseful, they've been able to be rehabilitated, and they have shown that they are able now to come back to the community and live a peaceful and harmonious life with the rest of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here this evening, it is true that we have very many Kenyans who have been in prison for very many years. We know of people who have been in prison for serving life sentences. We know of people who were initially were to face death penalty, but because of what has been described here, that the death penalty in the country as it is today, most of them are there serving life sentences. They have lived in prison to a point that they have been, they're fully rehabilitated. They are fully, they have been able to be extremely remorseful in what they did, and therefore they are back to normal in terms of they can come back to the community and engage in meaningful life and rejoin their families. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we know also that people who are serving life sentences and yet they did not commit the crimes that they have been, they were charged. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, in that situation, someone will be in prison for life, yet we know the circumstances at which they are charged still raises questions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have a classmate in high school, Dr. Agri High School, that went through from 1 to Form 4, but in the year 2005, he was found to have committed a crime that up to today he says he did not commit. And some of us still believe that he didn't commit that crime. Is committed a crime of murder, Honorable Speaker. He's been serving life sentence in prison. As we speak today, he's at Manyani Maximum Prison. He's served in all other maximum prisons in Kenya. But as we speak today, he's in Manyani Maximum Prison. His name is James Love Mwangongo, Honorable Speaker. This gentleman, Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, has reason to be a trustee of a trustee, or what we call a team leader or a prefect in Manyani. This gentleman, Honorable Speaker, is been he's been appointed as a teacher of others when they sit for exams. He's been serving as a teacher of English and literature at Manyani Maximum Prison. So being a trustee, Honorable Speaker, last time I visited him at Manyani, I met the officers, prison officers there. And they sat me down and they told me, indeed, this young man has reformed. This young man is today, he needs to, he's been pursuing this power of mercy. But because of the challenges of getting this pardon, Honorable Speaker, it's become extremely difficult for him to access this, constitutional provision that he can be pardoned, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill comes in at the right time, because the ambiguity that has existed now will be resolved by this bill that we are passing today, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill, and I want to laud the mover of the bill, Deputy Majority Leader. She has indicated here, Honorable Speaker, that the advisory committee that will be set up will be able to, be set up with the caliber of people who will be able to look at, the attitude, the reform, the mindset, of this prisoner, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, when they recommend to the President that the person to be pardoned has reformed, then the President will not hesitate, but of course extend that power of mercy, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I truly want to support this bill. I truly want to say that we need to support this bill and pass it as fast as possible, so that then those of our people who are suffering in prison, who would benefit immensely from passage of this power of mercy bill, will be able to benefit and rejoin their families, Honorable Speaker. It is very difficult for families that have, people in prison that have, who are serving life sentences. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this power of mercy bill, we need to pass it as fast as possible so that we can help many Kenyans to access the presidential prerogative of offering a power of mercy. I stand to support, and thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, at your sole discretion, arise under Standing Order 96. Considering the importance of this bill, to be honest, colleagues, that at the appropriate time, and also considering the provisions of Standing Order 35, that you give direction on how to proceed, considering the importance of this bill and its far-reaching consequences to the penal system of this country and the lives of people who find themselves either wrongly or rightly in the wrong side of the law. So I just wanted to give direction either under Standing Order 35 or Standing Order 96.
Look,
thank you, Speaker.
No. If you want to adjourn debate on this until a further time, then you rise under 96. And what actually it says that the debate be now adjourned. You go full blast in it. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, in view of the importance of the bill, I seek your indulgence that we adjourn this debate pursuant to provisions Standing Order 96.
You say, I rise under Standing Order number 96.
I rise under Standing Order.
That the debate be, just read it.
I rise under Standing Order 96 that the debate be now adjourned.
Honorable Speaker, I hear Honorable Undo, and indeed it's true, this is a very important bill. And I see many members who are lined up who want to contribute to this debate. So I don't know why the Honorable Undo would want to be curtailing debate on such an important bill. And maybe he's in a rush to go somewhere. You could indulge him and give him an opportunity to speak after the one who is speaking, so that he contributes and allows other members to debate, because all these members who are here want to contribute to this debate, and I find absolutely no reason to adjourn this debate. And in any case, Honorable Speaker, every member of Parliament, even those of us who sit in this House, we are paid by the Kenyan people to come and legislate on their behalf. If you think this bill is very important to your constituents, you should be here. And if you are not here, you only have yourself to blame. You cannot stop the House from doing its work because one or two other people are not here. Honorable Speaker, I do want to urge you that you allow debate to continue.
The chair. Majority Leader, can you approach the... Opportunity for small consultation between the members. This is the House of Consultations. Yeah. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, you know the beauty with dealing with very mature legislators like Honorable Undo is because we consult across the aisle. And I have understood his concerns, and I have assured him we are not going to close this debate today. We will continue with the debate. We allow those who want to contribute. And I know there are one or two other people who he says had expressed interest to contribute. We will not close debate today. And therefore, I will not be replying to this bill today. Honorable Speaker, I will just beg your indulgence that when the last person to contribute contributes, you now adjourn until the next sitting of the House to allow any other member, the ones Honorable Undo mentions, may want to contribute.
The rules are clear. Order, honorable members. The rules are clear. When the member stands on standing order number 96, unless the speaker is of the opinion that this is a frivolous, with bad intentions, maybe to curtail the minority, then the chair puts the question. So then the question can be, if you defeat the question, then that's it. You continue with the debate. And then it's up to you again at an appropriate moment to raise the same. You know what I mean? But if you continue and you all discuss it, the chair has no option than to put the question. I hope you understand what exactly, how this thing works.
You put the question whether to adjourn or not.
I have no any other recourse other than to put the question right now whether debate should be adjourned. But if that is defeated, let's assume for argument's sake it's defeated, you continue with the debate. But should you wish again to adjourn, somebody has to rise again on the same, under 96. Other than the person who, you can't rise again, yes. Otherwise, if you all contribute, or whoever is interested in the list contributes,
It will be 7 by the time.
then of course the chair has no option but to put the question again. You know what I mean? And conclude the debate. So now you understand there you go. I now put the question that, order honorable members, I now put the question that debate do now adjourn. As many of the opinions say aye. There's as many of the contrary say nay. Nay. The nays have it. The nays have it, yes. Nays, whatever. Okay, the nays have it. And now the next person is one Joshua Kimilu from Katie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank for the opportunity given to contribute to this important motion, Mr. Speaker, which is very important to our country, Mr. Speaker. And as a lawmaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I came up with a bill in this House, and I want to thank the members for supporting my bill, which went through, Mr. Speaker, and was signed to become a law by the President, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say it's not easy to make a bill and to go through to become a law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my contribution is that I want to, before I support, although Mr. Speaker, I know I've seen some areas whereby I think when we go to the Committee of Whole House, I'll make an amendment to this bill, Mr. Speaker. But for now, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the bill by saying that, Mr. Speaker, one, this bill is very important because it will modernize the system. The bill clarifies Article 133 and replace the outdated Cap 94, Mr. Speaker. It removes us from arbitration pardons to our structures accountable framework, Mr. Speaker, which is very important, Mr. Speaker, to our country. And Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, when we are here to make laws, we also need to see how we can modernize the laws, because our constitution was made in many years ago, Mr. Speaker, and some of these laws may be taken by event, and when we modernize, we also make a progress to our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also this bill, Mr. Speaker, it focuses on rehabilitation and not just punishment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the guiding principle promote rehabilitation, community involvement, Mr. Speaker, and also social support for the reintegration. Mercy should be for formed offenders who show remorse, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we don't even wish our people, Mr. Speaker, when they go to jail, Mr. Speaker, we wish them to get reformed. And when they come back and join the society, we want them to show the society that that they are reformed, and also they continue building the society together with other people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also the same bill will also reduce it will also reduce the prison overcrowding and the cost, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I was doing my research, I found that every inmate, Mr. Speaker, spends 87,600 per year, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you see some of the offenders, Mr. Speaker, they go in there and they change. Like there's a guy from my constituency who was sentenced to death, Mr. Speaker. And he go there and get reformed. He became a very great pastor, Mr. Speaker. And when he was released and come back to the community, Mr. Speaker, he brought a big change in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Today, he's a pastor, and he has mentored many youths, Mr. Speaker. And he defended many people to even indulge in criminal activities, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when I'm saying this bill, Mr. Speaker, I know it will also go to help many people and the crowd which is in our cells, Mr. Speaker, and also create space for the others who now, Mr. Speaker, do some crimes and they are taken there to get reformed, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this is a very important bill to the country, and I support, Mr. Speaker. But further, Mr. Speaker, I don't want this bill, the changes we are doing to this bill, Mr. Speaker, I don't want this to create or encourage people to do offenses knowing that they will be released when they change, Mr. Speaker, because some of them cannot even pretend that they have changed, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we also need these people to be, some of the people to be removed. They create space for the others, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, you have seen what happened over the weekend when we went to Homa Bay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was there. We were badly attacked. Even today, Mr. Speaker, I have not healed from what I saw that day, Mr. Speaker. So we also want some of the inmates to be removed from the cells to create a room for Honorable Karuma and Gladys Wanga, because they need to be taken to Mr. Speaker.
Order. You're out of order. You are out of order. Cannot discuss a fellow member of Parliament here without a proper motion. There are rules in the House. This is order. Order. The Honorable Sunkuli, Julius.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to support this bill to give His Excellency the President an opportunity to exercise mercy on certain aspects. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that it is always good to understand the context under which we are coming from. The first is what we used to call the prerogative of mercy, and now we are calling it the power of mercy, is a very, very well-entrenched Commonwealth principle.
On what is out on what Honorable Sunkuli is doing?
Mr. Speaker, that's unfair because I was on the floor.
Order. You're out of order. And don't invite my wrath. You should learn the rules of the House. Proceed, Honorable.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, in the Commonwealth derived its laws mainly from England, and in the British system, where justice ends, then mercy starts taking effect. The king or the queen had the prerogative to look into the situation of a particular convict and see whether to exercise a power of mercy. This is mainly based on a number of things, Mr. Speaker. One, the judiciary indeed has the responsibility of looking into the evidence. And they only convict a person based on the evidence that is available. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, this is also a human institution. The judiciary, the judges are human. And there is a chance that sometimes somebody will get convicted through the process of the judiciary and have no recourse but go to prison. But in reality, someone must look at it from another point of view. And that is why it has always been the case that we give the sovereign of a country the responsibility to look at that situation and say where justice has not, where the law has not looked at it, justice can still have another opportunity. So this law has come to Kenya because we are part, first of all, of the Commonwealth. We have had this law called where we've had this prerogative of mercy, where His Excellency the President could pardon a number of crimes. But, Mr. Speaker, the reason why we want to effect Article 133 today is because for one reason, there is a thinking that we should not make this power arbitrary, that we must base it in law. And that is a good thing. So we have a lot of provisions today in this bill which say how the advisory committee will be appointed, how pardon officers will be appointed, how everybody in that system of power of mercy is appointed. And that is good, but there is a few things of caution, Mr. Speaker, because when this bill comes to committee stage, we have to amend a number of things to make it aligned to mercy. One, I do not believe myself that the power of mercy should have too many rules. Because in the first place, the president must exercise true mercy. One, the exercise of this power must be under exceptional circumstances. Because in the first place, you cannot demand mercy. You cannot demand mercy because it is not part of the legal rights that you have. It is mercy. And to exercise genuine mercy, we have to leave some sort of leverage in the hands of the president to be able to exercise that mercy. So, in my opinion, when you tabulate too many reasons why the president should give mercy, you are actually legislating mercy. And mercy cannot be fully legislated. Let us just say, for instance, that under exceptional circumstances, the president may pardon these persons. And pardon has two arms. Either it is totally unconditional. The president says you go home and you go home. Or if you are, for instance, you are on a very high capital offense, he might remit that offense to life imprisonment or to imprisonment. And that is based on a number of well-evaluated reasons that the president does in his own discretion. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because in a litigious country like Kenya, you will start getting people going to court and saying that His Excellency the President acted ultra vires, that he did not act in accordance with the Act. The prerogative of mercy should not be subject to judicial review, because although it is a very important act of the executive, and most of the actions of the executive should be included under judicial review, the prerogative of mercy should not be subjected to judicial review. And because of that, we should not put too many rules, because unfortunately, under our law, if you legislate so many things, what is not in it in the law is considered to be outside it. We must always keep in mind that what we are doing here is to give powers for the sovereign of the country to look at where the law became harsh. There are, Mr. Speaker, I have practiced myself criminal law in many courts. And I know, for instance, that there are some offenses in this country that we have legislated out of emotion and said that such and such an offense must be punished with such and such a punishment. Where you introduce a minimum punishment, and then in the end, because the judge has nothing to do, because if you say you are to be imprisoned for not less than 14 years, there is no way the judge or the magistrate can bring you down below 14 years. So the only way to do it in the end is to let His Excellency the President go and look at it more keenly. And I say this especially with some offenses where young boys get imprisoned for longer than they're supposed to do because of little things, messes they have made with girls. I think that the President can look at it and say that this is not a good thing. It is a good thing, of course, Mr. Speaker, that the powers of mercy will be exercised on the advice of the advisory committee. But this advisory committee, we need to relook at the way we have decided to form it here, so that we can make it more realistic. We make it an advisory committee that is capable of advising the President properly. But a little bit offside, Mr. Speaker, the biggest mercy that we can have to our our convicts today in Kenya is to improve the prison conditions. Going to prison in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, is a real punishment. In many countries, going to prison is not exactly that bad. And I'm not saying that we should enjoy going to prison. But when I was an ambassador in China, I visited our convicted persons in Hong Kong. And in Hong Kong, of course, they have very good prisons where people work, they earn money, and they can be able to send something back home, and they are not in a dungeon. They are living a true dignity of a human being right there in Hong Kong. Of course, they still say we want to go to Kenya, but in reality, they dread coming to go to industrial area prison, which is not quite a habitable place. The food is horrible, the accommodation is bad, and we should now look at the way we improve our prisons so that, in fact, as those who do not succeed to get the prerogative of mercy exercised on them do not get an inhuman punishment. Mr. Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Milo Diambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do support with the amendments. And Mr. Speaker, from the beginning, I just want to say that this is a good bill which is anchored in the Constitution. I would want to say, though, that I wish that we stuck with the issue of prerogative of mercy, because whenever you talk about power, power has a tendency of being misused. I wish we focus more on responsibilities than on power. Mr. Speaker, I also just want to say, maybe just before I make very brief comments on the bill, even in response to what the majority leader had spoken about, that we are all presumed innocent until proven guilty. And so whenever you actually have a case where people are given bail, and I know because we have been customized to a situation where people are charged before, even for murder, that they will be kept in forever. But Mr. Speaker, that process was really abused in the past, and it was abused because you'd find that somebody would accuse another of murder or robbery with violence, and it's not bailable, and somebody stays. Mr. Speaker, I know a person who stayed in custody for 10 years and then was eventually found not to have committed the offense. And that is why those of us who are founders of the Constitution said that we needed to do away with it. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is that I'm very uncomfortable where we have ADR on serious crimes or felonies. I know in some communities it is practiced, but I don't think we need alternative dispute resolution in issues of murder, unless we are talking about manslaughter, but not murder, which is premeditated. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to mention just a few things in this bill. Number one, I'm very uncomfortable with the definition of vulnerable offender. Maybe we need to relook at it because I don't understand a vulnerable offender, that a person who is 60 years is a vulnerable offender. What makes one vulnerable offender? I will soon be 60 years. What makes me vulnerable? If I come in here and shoot people, why am I vulnerable? I think maybe if it's somebody who is older. Another thing is also that I'm seeing that we are saying that a woman who has a child, children who are below 2 years is a vulnerable offender. If I'm a mother and I have a child who is 2 years old and I go and I shoot my neighbor, I premeditate and kill my neighbor, and I do not have postmortem depression, what makes me vulnerable? I think what we need to do is qualify and say that maybe if it's proven that that person also has postpartum depression. Mr. Speaker, I think the other thing that I'm uncomfortable is that we say that the victim's views may be considered. Mr. Speaker, I am unapologetically a stronger supporter of victims than offenders. And the reason why I am, and I brought the Victim Protection Act and sponsored the Victim Protection Act, is because our justice system pays much more attention to offenders than to victims of crimes. It's almost very, fanciful to become an offender. But what do we think about the victims? Like in the case that we saw in Homa Bay, I really felt sad for that family in Shauriako Estate. I know I grew up in Homa Bay. I know what Shauriako Estate is. It's a semi-slum. And you could see from the condition that mother, who is a widow, has left behind young children. She's Ugandan. The husband, people have refused to bury her. So they are thinking of transporting the children to Uganda. And I'm wondering, then what happened to the children when they remain here? But who are we thinking of? The offender. They have a right to a hearing. They have a right. I'm not saying they shouldn't have it, but what about those children who have been left without a mother? The system must also think very clearly about victims, and therefore the views of the victim must be mandatory when you have such a case. And I want to disagree with my good brother, Senior Counsel Honorable Sunkuli, that the power of mercy should actually be, there should be guidelines, because we know ourselves as Kenyans. Very quickly it will be politicized, and you'll find in cases like in Homa Bay, where we know the people who have planned, we know the people who got the goons. I come from Homa Bay County. We know it's in the public domain. Tell me one who has been arrested. And assuming they were arrested, charged, and jailed, politically we will exercise the power of mercy. So it must be subjected to rules and guidelines, so that the prerogative of mercy should also be subject to judicial review where it is abused. Because otherwise in Kenya, everybody will be let go. If I know and I can bribe my way, or I can talk to, this culture of let me talk to so and talk to who in Kenya, let us follow rules and stop talking to people. Let the people who talk are the people who talk to God in churches and speak in tongues in churches or in mosques where people pray. But the rest of us, let us follow rules. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I just wanted to say, I didn't want to interrupt Honorable Sunkuli, but there is a little bit of an issue with the Children Act, where you have children of similar ages who have sex with each other and they are punished. For that one, it would be good for us to bring an amendment to the Sexual Offences Act. But not like what I was seeing in our groups or elsewhere, where we're saying that there are people who are here wrongfully, offended. You know, especially these days with social media. Somebody probably murdered. And people who are psychotic, they are excellent at lying. They can concoct stories. They have killed, they have murdered, then they give a very sad story. And because we are also looking for viewership, we go and put this story, and people don't interrogate. They say, oh, this poor person was wrongfully convicted. If you are wrongfully convicted, there is a judicial system. There is a review system. There's an appeal system. What we need is to enhance legal representation for such persons so that people don't get to be wrongfully convicted. But if we leave it free, Mr. Speaker, everybody will come up and say that they were wrongfully convicted. And it should be we should not actually exercise this power of mercy for very grievous offenses, including offenses such as murder, including offenses such as robbery with violence, including offenses such as rape, and especially of defilement of children. We should not allow such things to be under the power of mercy. And I was looking carefully. If you have left that, I've not seen it. And Mr. Speaker, I was also seeing in the definition we have actuarial assessment. And I'm seeing that the actuarial assessment may be used to deal with or to inform persons who deserve mercy. And Mr. Speaker, or to look at to determine recidivism. Mr. Speaker, and I would want to add that even though I'm a lawyer, we should not use such tough words in this bill. Because in Omabe, we have a challenge, pronouncing tough words. So because of that, Mr. Speaker, I just want to urge that we actually look at more of psychological assessment other than statistical assessment. Mr. Speaker, I'd also want to say that if you look at clause 6.1 on the qualifications for appointment of the advisory committee, Mr. Speaker, let me just look at it. If you look at it, it says a person is qualified for the appointment as a member of the advisory committee and Articles 132 to C of the Constitution if the person is a citizen of Kenya, holds a qualification either as, and then we put. Now this becomes a bit vague because you are either as an advocate or a medical professional, and it means, so it's not actually cast in stone that they're that. So it means we could actually have an advocate, medical, and leave the others. I would also want us to look at the issue of the face of Kenya when we are making such appointments. I had a lot, Mr. Speaker, to say, but I just want to say that, Mr. Speaker, this process shouldn't be politicized. And going by actually what we have seen more recently in Homa Bay, the kind of violence that was meted against our people. And Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to support with amendments.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. Honourable Speaker, the Power of Mass Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2025 could probably not have come at the right time. It's part of the implementation of the Constitution of Kenya, and I think it has taken a bit of time to come to the fore. Honourable Speaker, it will give His Excellency, whoever the President will be, there's some leeway to apply certain acts of clemency, which is necessary for the head of state. Sometimes, Honourable Speaker, it becomes necessary for the head of state to intervene in certain matters, and they have no flexibility. They are bound by the Constitution and by the law of Kenya. But the elaboration of this particular article of the Constitution in form of law is progress in this country, and I'm happy that in the Parliament is going to be on record for having come up with a law on power of mercy. Madam Speaker, the most important thing is to check within this particular law the extent to which we have provided for checks and balances, so that we do not allow corruption and other social evils to set in and take control. And I've taken quite some time, to Honourable Speaker, to look at the provisions. And some of them, Honourable Speaker, I may wish to mention. And I would like to start with the issues raised by the public participation. And some of them are very, very critical. For instance, Honourable Speaker, the National Intelligence Service raised concerns over the lack of standardized procedures or framework for actuarial assessment. And I would like to look at actuarial assessment and wonder whether actuarial assessment is really sufficient. They're talking about basically noting the risk profiles of the offenders, and also which must be metric-based. And I want to pick out what the Honourable member who has just finished speaking said, that we need to look a lot more on psychological concerns of that particular person. And Honourable Speaker, when we look at the actuarial analysis, the psychology may not be expounded as much. Honourable Speaker, when you look at the prisons, they are concerned about the errors that probably capital offenders may have been mistakenly, put in place. And they have basically looked at how have we done the alignment with the penal code, so that the power of mercy does not necessarily release dangerous people into the community again. Honourable Speaker, there are several stakeholders, others like LSK and others, but I want to point out what came out from the Witnesses Protection Agency and even the Media Council of Kenya, who requested that clear mandate on data analysis, anonymization for the vulnerable victims, and the structured frameworks for responsible public communication must be looked into very seriously. And, Honourable Speaker, we are engaging a lot more. The legislation seems to be engaging a lot more on how do we relieve people who have been taken in as a result convicted, either erroneously or correctly, and not necessarily the effect it will have on the victims of such offences. And that is key, which is very, very important in as far as we are concerned. The provisos within this particular provision of Article 133 space clearly the presidential possible actions upon basically personal application. And I want to take a minute to look at personal application, Honourable Speaker. Personal application has to do with the individual, a victim in this particular, not a victim, but an offender in this case, who is already a convict, requesting to be considered. But I go back to this legislation and the provision that has been given in this particular legislation, and note that, Honourable Speaker, the process itself must be foolproof. And I want to revisit the articles 40 to 45, which basically introduces the framework for nationwide awareness creation, continuous public education, offender sensitization, and guarantees channels for public to access crucial information. When it comes to vetting these particular individuals, and that vetting is also is given as a prerogative of the state secretariat. And I think I like it that way, Honourable Speaker, because the board, or rather the committee, which is supposed to propose who or qualify those who are supposed to be given mercy, basically should act on a report that has already been prepared upon thorough assessment. And the teams that have been given this particular responsibility basically are conditioned to basically do risk assessment in terms of when we release this particular criminal or somebody who has already been convicted, then what kind of risks are we likely to be exposing our people to? And also maintaining clean records thereafter. So, Honourable Speaker, they must be very well vetted and then genuinely, reformed offenders, to be able to assess the extent to which the assessment has captured the genuinity is not something that can be done in a hurry. It's not something that can be done very fast. So before a president can give a pronouncement, Honourable Speaker, I think there needs to be a lot of work to be done, which basically will qualify the individuals. The president has several options. The president can basically delay punishment. I believe this is when the case is going on for an indefinite or a set time, can say maybe for 2 years or for 1 year or for indefinitely. The president can change punishment to a less severe one, and the president can also remit a punishment to something either to partially to be effected partially, not really to be completely taken up. When you are given so many options, my worry, Honourable Speaker, is the extent to which the advisory committee will be proposing some of these decrees, or rather, what will inform this particular decrees, because the presidential advisory must clearly note the kind of person that they are proposing to be given mercy, and the extent to which these people are fitted within the various categories, and how do they qualify in this particular case. Also, when I look at the composition of the advisory committee under the Attorney General's office and having the CS in charge of correctional services being part of that, and the 5-member, I want to very closely look at the description of the 5-member committee within the law, and I hope this 5-member description has really taken care of the issues of, although it has clearly indicated that there should not be state officials, then the hope is that the committee has taken time to comprehensively, the committee of this House has taken time to comprehensively distinguish who are these members. I remember some of the members proposed are retired, uniformed officials, and especially the military. And Honourable Speaker, I have a lot of faith in the military in this country because they are not exposed to a lot of social evils, and they are people who have been conditioned, and they have lived a more or less pure life, and they have seen a lot of progress going on or happening when they are given a responsibility. And I can cite even some of them which are outside the legal framework. For instance, we had the Kenya Meat Commission, which was not working. We were voting 600 million every year to Kenya Meat Commission, and it never worked. When it was given to the military to manage, within 1.5 years, we zero-rated the national exchequer requirements. And therefore, now it is a profit-making entity. So which means that our military are properly trained to do the right thing. And of course, being in such a situation, they will not embarrass the country as much as they advise the president on who to release. When you look at the victims' views, Honourable Speaker, they may be considered by the advisory committee or may not be considered by the advisory committee. And in this particular respect, we need a report from the correctional services, which therefore clearly shows that this person has been informing over time. And, Honourable Speaker, when it comes to the provisions, we need to look at the provisions and see how they have been done. To make sure that the process is free of any form of influence. The final issue that I want to mention is about the enabling legislation. This legislation comes in partly as implementation of the Constitution and also to model the action of a president in terms of enabling, or rather giving giving people the mercy, or rather exercising the power of mercy. It has happened in the past, and sometimes it has led to reprisals where criminality has increased instead of reducing. So we need to be a lot more careful this time around as we look at this. And Honourable Speaker, with those remarks, I wish to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Kuria Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I would like to give my voice to this and say I am fully support of the Power of Mercy Amendment Bill of 2025, as sponsored by the leader of Majority Party, the great member for Great People of Kikuyu, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Honorable Speaker, this particular bill is giving full effect to Article 133 of the Constitution. It is providing a clear and transparent and accountable framework for the exercise of presidential power of mercy. It is going to be free or conditional pardon, postponement of punishment, substitution of a less severe form of punishment, and remission of all or part of the sentence. Honorable Speaker, the existing Power of Mercy Act of 2011, Cap 94, has served us very well. But, Honorable Speaker, it is now outdated. This bill is therefore seeking to modernize the system, strengthen the Power of Mercy Advisory Committee, and, Honorable Speaker, introduce clearer eligibility criteria that embeds victim participation, enhances reintegration and public safety protocols. Honorable Speaker, this particular bill is seeking to provide for the following provisions. One, as I said, it is provide to the effect for operation of Article 133 and especially Article 133(1) of our Constitution, which now gives the conditions for what's called now the power of mercy, where now the advisory committee may grant a free or conditional pardon to a person convicted or of offense. That is Article 133, Section Clause 1A. B, postponing the carrying out of a punishment either for a specific or identified period. C, substituting a less severe form of punishment. Or D, remitting all or part of the punishment, Honorable Speaker. In addition to what the bill is going to do, in addition to Operation Article 133(1) of the Constitution, it is seeking to provide for the composition, appointment, tenure, which is giving a single 5-year part-time period. It's also providing for what the qualifications are going to be, the functions and the powers of the advisory committee. Honorable Speaker, this bill is also establishing clear petition processes, the eligibility thresholds, which, for example, is providing for at least 1/3 of sentence for many determinate sentences, and it's also providing for longer minimums for life or death sentences, and it's also providing for an assessment criteria, that is the age, nature of offense, rehabilitation, post-conviction conduct, victim views, and also, most importantly, issues of public interest. Honorable Speaker, this bill is also providing to introduce structured mechanisms for conditional pardons with supervision, record management, and revocation where such conditions have been breached. It's also going to strengthen the Secretariat, provide funding for the same Secretariat, provide awareness and reporting obligations, which including, Honorable Speaker, very important for this House, now the oversight of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this bill is also seeking to promote rehabilitation, to decongest our prisons, to reduce the physical burden of incarceration, and facilitate safe reintegration of reformed offenders. Honorable Speaker, this is not an open door for arbitrary releases. It is now going to be a structured, evidence-based system that balances mercy with justice, public safety, and the rights of victims. Maybe, Honorable Speaker, what are going to be the benefits of this particular bill if this Honorable House passes into law? Honorable Speaker, it's going to lead to reduce overcrowding, Honorable Speaker, and reduce the costs of our prisons. It's going to reduce overcrowding of our prisons and reduce the cost of our prisons, Honorable Speaker. It's important to mention that for every prisoner, Honorable Speaker, in our prisons, it costs taxpayers money to put those individuals in those prisons. The food that they eat, the security they enjoy, the power they enjoy, the electricity they enjoy, the bills that they are fully paid for by taxpayers, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the prevention of this overcrowding is going to reduce overcrowding, also reduce the cost to taxpayers, Honorable Speaker. This bill is also going to provide for rehabilitation and second chances. Honorable Speaker, many offenders, especially those who have demonstrated genuine reform, deserve a structured pathway back into the society. This is going to support family stability, it's going to reduce recidivism, and uphold the principle of restorative justice, Honorable Speaker. It's going to lead to transparency and accountability. The bill is now reinforcing the independence of the advisory committee, which is now going to require consideration of victims' views under Article 133(4) of our Constitution, And it's looking to introduce better reporting and procedural safeguard, Honorable Speaker. You and I had this discussion earlier on the power of mercy being solely resting with the President. And whereas we expect that the President would act rationally, there could also be a rogue President, Honorable Speaker, who could also take that arbitrary power and release the worst of our criminals from a prison, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it's now important that now that advisory committee is now being provided for through an act of parliament with now safeguards on the procedure, Honorable Speaker. It's also going to align with the national priorities, which, for example, including the bottom-up transformation agenda, which means that now these prisoners can now contribute to the welfare of our community by contributing to economic growth, Honorable Speaker. If we compare this, Honorable Speaker, for example, to the Chinese model, where the Chinese prisoners are some of the people that we see doing overseas projects, Honorable Speaker, that now lead to earning of income to their respective Honorable Speaker. So it does not pay, Honorable Speaker, to have taxpayers spend money to put energetic men and women in prison, whereas the energetic men in prison could still benefit from the benefits you're giving them, but also contribute positively to the society by using their energy, Honorable Speaker, to build our roads, to build our infrastructure projects, to build all these projects, Honorable Speaker, so that they are also productive to our economy, Honorable Speaker. But I took time to understand, how does this compare to other jurisdictions? How does Kenya compare Kenya's constitutional design in other jurisdictions, Honorable Speaker? And maybe the first example that comes to our head is the United States of America, Honorable Speaker. The US President has a very broad, largely unilateral clemency power that is given to him under Article 2, Section 2 of the US Constitution. The advice comes from the Office of the Pardon Attorney in the Department of State, but the President is not bound by it and can, and most of the time does, act independently or preemptively. The process is therefore highly discretionary and frequently criticized as being very political. Now, this Kenya's model is now going to be more structured and less susceptible to unilateral discretion, because the Constitution will therefore require the President to act in accordance with the advice that's going to be provided to him by the multi-member advisory committee, which, very important to mention, is including non-state independent actors or members, Honorable Speaker. For the United Kingdom, the royal prerogative of mercy is exercised by the sovereign on the advice of the relevant Secretary of the State, which is usually the State Department for Justice. It is used sparingly, Honorable Speaker, and typically for clear miscarriages of justice or highly exceptional cases. And it's also not a routine tool for rehabilitation of prison management. However, Kenyan system is now going to be broader in purpose and more institutionalized through a dedicated constitutionally mandated advisory committee. Honorable Speaker, for South Africa, the President has power under Section 84(2)(j) of the Constitution of South Africa to pardon, reprieve, or remit. Applications are processed through the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, which makes recommendations. South Africa, therefore, has used mass remissions to manage overcrowding and has had special processes, including post-TRC, Honorable Speaker. Kenya's approach is therefore, compared to these other jurisdictions, now going to be more formalized and on a constitutional level with an independent multi-member committee, and most importantly, with explicit victim participation requirements. I think it is Honorable Millie Odhiambo who said that the current law, Honorable Speaker, gives more power or more preference to offenders more than it does, Honorable Speaker, to the victims. And therefore, this law emphasizes the need for participation of the victims, not just giving attention to the offenders, Honorable Speaker. For Nigeria, Section 175 of the Nigerian Constitution gives the President power of mercy, exercised after consultation with the Council of State. There is a Presidential Advisory Committee on the prerogative of mercy. But Kenya's model, compared to that of South Africa, therefore, is comparatively stronger and independent, because now the advisory committee is much more independent, as in Article 103 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker. When you compare it with other jurisdictions of Uganda, Ghana, and Tanzania, ours will become a much better legislation that's going to ensure that there is a second chance given to offenders, that those offenders are going to be given a chance to contribute back to the economy, and most importantly, there's a constitutional process being followed.
What's your point of order, Honorable Professor Inyikal?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on Standing Order 96, considering how important this bill is, that now the debate be adjourned to the future.
You want debate be now adjourned?
Yes.
Okay. It's very simple. I now put the question that the debate be now adjourned. As many of the opinions say aye.
Aye.
As many of the contrary opinions say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Honorable members, the next order is order number 12 and number 13 are deferred. Yeah?
Order number 12, motion.
Next, yeah.
Inspection visit to the Kenyan Embassy in Rabat, Morocco.
Yes, order number 12 is deferred by the interest of the committee who want to be fully involved in this report, deliberation of this report. I have directed that this order number 12 be deferred to an appropriate date next week and to be brought in as a priority. Next order.
Order number 13, motion. Inspection visit to the Kenyan Embassy in Cairo, Egypt.
I also direct
Listen up. Colgate is on a mission.
It's kind of a big thing.
Colgate Herbal uses traditional nature's herbs and combines